Are we live? What up, what up, what up? How we doing? If Pyro was the Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic security guard, he would always survive because he only arrives at 7 p.m. at best. Shut up. How we doing? How we doing, chat? What's up, YouTube? What's up, Twitch? I saw the Helldivers mod. Will there be a naked version? Dude, you know that short of me reacting to the Helldiver? That got like 300,000 views in like 10 hours. It's like... The worst thing is... I keep thinking like the inflation bit is like ran its course, but then anytime we do a short, they just do incredibly well. Like bruh. Okay, look at this for a second. Look at this, genuinely. Like, do you see which videos here are doing the best? Do you see that? Like, Helldivers mod and then the statue, and they both have like 300,000 views. And then anything else, no one cares. No one actually cares. Like, none of these even broke 100k.
Oh. Also Doom 3 main channel video when?
Doom 3 main channel video? You mean the best Doom game of all time? The best one? Like, this as well. This has got a 250,000. And again, it's an inflation joke. It's like anything related to that just does... I mean, that one actually did pretty well. And that's got nothing to do with inflation. Which is nice for a change. Oh yeah, another inflation there. Yep, 250,000. It is my legacy. I cannot escape it. I don't know why my camera keeps drifting, bro. Like, what's happening? It keeps drifting. Ugh. Yeah, my hair looks like a mop at the minute. It's not great. It's not great. Do you ever get sick of the inflation stuff? I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I think the only time, like, I've stopped kind of... Obviously, people in chat and stuff tag me in that. Like, I'll react to it because it is kind of funny. But I think after the... who was it again? After the Dragonite stuff, I just don't reply to stuff like that anymore on Twitter. Because I kind of noticed once it leaves the kind of bubble here, then if it goes mainstream, the rest of the internet kind of see it. And then it's just like, ugh, this is weird. Which is normal, right? Because it's so niche. Like, you need to keep reminding yourself, like, this is still very weird to most people of the internet. So that's kind of why I just keep it contained to, like, you know, videos and chat and stuff. I've seen worse. Oh, yeah. I would never compare, like, what's the worst thing out there. There's always somehow something worse, genuinely. I saw this one thing on DeviantArt once, and it was, like, people turning into couches. It's like, how? Did you play Death Stranding 2? No, because I broke my PS5. I smashed it. It doesn't work. I can't use it. But I've got a... I was playing through Death Stranding 1, and I'll be honest, dude. I can't do it. I don't know how the hell I beat Death Stranding 1 when it just came out. I got no idea, because I cannot play through that game again. I've been playing through System Shock 2, though. I streamed that a bit yesterday, and then the stream kind of died, unsurprisingly. But I'll be honest, I've been playing through System Shock 2, the remaster. It's really good. It's not a game to stream. It's not an interesting stream game at all. It's very technical. It's very min-maxing. There's, you know... Do you take ADHD meds? No. No, I got told that there's a waiting list of 2 years, which is great. Thank you, Wilkin, for the 6. Thank you, Pandog, for the 15 months. Also, big announcement, because now it's finally confirmed. As you may have noticed, I'm back in the UK after I was in Play Sweden for 3 months. I'm going over to... Because I wanted to keep the traveling up, but the problem is... Because I spent 3 months in Sweden, and because of that amazing thing called Brexit, I can't go anywhere in Europe now, apart from, like, Romania, for 3 months, which is great. So I kind of wanted to start traveling again. So I'm actually going to go to Australia. I got a visa that lasts for a year. I mean, I basically applied for it as soon as I got home, so it's basically been running to like a month now. Because the plan always was, when I get back to the UK, I don't actually want to stay here too long. I kind of want to actually get out and do stuff. So I'm going to... Where are you going to? I'm going to Melbourne. I'm going to be in Melbourne, which is like where Cold Ones is. Yeah. Cold Ones collab? Yeah, it might finally happen. Every time I try and meet Chad and Max for a collab, they're always just too depressed to want to do anything. That, or they're probably just ducking me, which is probably the latter one. But yeah, I think, I remember, like, I was the first person to go on their podcast, and I was on their podcast twice? Maybe 3 times? But yeah. Yeah, I'll be honest, though, the biggest worry I have is, like, streaming, right? Because I did the math, and it's like, if I want to stream at the time I'm streaming now, I would have to stream at, like, 7 in the morning. What I could do... Also, which is apparently what the D-Gens do in Australia, they start streaming at like 3 in the morning and then they stream until 7 in the morning. But I couldn't do that. I could not do that. Like, I would actually end up depressed in like a week. Like, I need sunlight to be able to function, genuinely. It's 5 in the morning right now in Australia. So yeah, technically I'd be streaming in 2 hours from now. I'd have to get up at 7 in the morning. I'd have to get up at 7 in the morning and then stream until midday, I think. And that's going to be really interesting, right? Because it's like, I always stream in the evening, but getting up the first thing in the morning to stream, I'm really worried, right? Because it's like, will I have the energy? Because it usually takes me a couple of hours to wake up. I don't know. It could be really good for me. It might completely fix my sleep, because then it's like, wait, I've actually got to get up early in the morning to like stream. So, yeah. It's going to be interesting, though. Yeah. I'm going to have to record, like, a ton of slop videos. Because it's so funny. It takes, like, a day just to get into Australia. Because, obviously, there's layovers and stuff as well. Like, you can't get a direct flight to Australia from the UK. You've always got to have a layover in, like, Singapore or something. What am I talking about? I'm talking about that I'm moving to Australia. Because when I went to Sweden, I just went as a visitor. I didn't get any visa or anything. And because of Brexit, they limit how long you can stay. But in Australia, I kind of wanted to actually stay longer. And yeah. So if there's any kind of like misses and upload schedules or anything, or streams, that's probably why. Because I've got to pack and move everything. I mean, I showed you guys the computer I've got, right? Look at, wait, I shown this before, but I bought a computer in Sweden. It's got like a 5090 in it. It's got all the best stuff. But then obviously I need to get it over to the country. I've definitely shown this before. Yeah, I'll show it again. Hang on. Bruh. So this is like, this is the entire thing. So there's a whole PC in there. It weighs 45 kilos. I want to put it down without crushing my feet now. I'm going to lower it very slowly. Okay. It looks like a mini fridge. It's about, okay, I'm trying to look for something in the room to compare the size to. It's about the width of the shoe. It's about the width of the shoe. But yeah, it is, this is going to be such a nose to be able to get I mean, look. I like how this is just used for comparison. Like, it is literally the width. It's the width of the shoe. So yeah, like getting this thing abroad, it's gonna suck. It's really gonna suck. Oh. 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 You know, the worst thing is I always have the shoe like next to my window because I just can't find anywhere to put it because it won't fit like behind there. I had a window cleaner come around today and he was wiping the windows and he waved at me and then he just looked at the shoe and he just looked at me like he looked at me like I was absolutely subhuman, like I should be shot, which is pretty valid. How heavy is the shoe? I don't know.
Now show us the refrigerated storage for your estrogen.
We're not continuing this bit from last stream. We're not doing that. I do have a mini fridge next to me, but it's just full of water and Coke Zero. Thank you, Email, for joining. Oh. Dude, it was 45 kg. I had to like waddle it back over there like it was heavy. But yeah, excited for Australia, definitely. Why are you moving to Australia? My sister's over there as well. I've got family over there, so yeah, be nice to catch up with her and stuff as well. She's working with an agency at the minute for YouTubers, like nothing to do with me, but yeah, be nice. It's obviously just trying to find the routine of like, when can I stream? When can I upload? That kind of thing. Are you moving there or is it a vacation? I applied for, so if you're under 30, thank you God. Thank you God. Still under 30, thank God. You can apply for, it's called a working holiday visa. So I can basically go over to Australia for up to a year and I can apply. And it came back in like within a day and it was like, yeah, you can stay here. So it's pretty straightforward. It's basically an initiative for people that are like under 30 and they want to travel and also work at a bar or something like that. No, I'm not moving. I'm not living there. But I would say a year. I'd say a year's a long time, dude. I'd say that's basically moving. Because Sweden was 3 months. And I'll be honest with you, 3 months is not enough time. It's not. Like, I wasn't able to get my claws into anything. I wasn't able to network. I wanted to do some big things in Australia. Like, I wanted to, one plan that I had, actually, was to set up a studio over there.
The little Swede boy glugs on his cream and estrogen. Look at his rosy little cheeks.
I used moisturizer today. Thank you for noticing. And it wasn't estrogen. Thank you, weaponized incompetence to the 10. But yeah, no, one of the plans I had for Australia was to set up like a studio. Because you guys remember the... remember the Half-Life 3 video I did with the set? You remember that? Can't play that. Can't play that. Don't want to get a copyright claim. Can't play that. But yeah, you know, when I had the set and stuff for this video, I want to kind of do that for every main channel video going ahead. And apparently in Melbourne, there's some great places where you can like set up sets and stuff like that. So I kind of wanted to do that. You know, like the Darkwood video as well, where I was like, you know, I had the snow and stuff. I just kind of wanted to do that every video. Because if we're putting out videos more frequently on the main channel, I still want to keep like some kind of quality. And it's like the animation teams and stuff are always so expensive. But then doing a set and stuff, it's just so cheap. You just need like props, camera, easy. Like it's easy clap. And I think because I'd want to put more content out on the main channel, I think that's kind of the route I wanted to go down. Because I don't want to keep uploading on the main channel every 8 months. I'm really sick of it. Because it's like you go through this process of like being fixated on something and then you burn out. And then you don't care anymore. And then it's like a slog to get it out, and it sucks. I kind of want to be able to quickly hit stuff and like keep that fixation, and then you lose it, and then you move on to the next thing. You know, keep that up. So, the Amelia Perez video when? Oh, we shelved that. We shelved that. We were gonna, that was gonna be the next main channel video, but then I was like, no, we need Fear and Hunger out. Like, Fear and Hunger is never going to come out until we just completely focus on it. It's not scrapped, but I imagine by the time like Fear and Hunger comes out, it's like we probably don't want to make content like that anymore.
Be right back. Gonna hire Dolan on Fiverr with 10 Indian rupees to become your upside-down sleep paralysis demon for a year.
Yeah, I'm gonna be meeting Dolan in Australia. That'll be fun. Can't really put up with his accent though. He's got a really annoying voice, don't you think? Don't you guys agree? Welcome back to Slop Live. Do you think long term it's not going to last for your main channel? Who knows? Who knows? I'm in that mode where I just want to keep experimenting at the minute. Definitely. Because one thing I've noticed as well is like with the streams and with the live channel, it's a trickle down effect, right? Like the main channel, we always lose money on. It costs so much, but then we make it back through the live and then the streams. But then what happens is I've noticed if we don't consistently put content out on live that's on the main channel that's like banging, slowly views go down on the live channel, they go down on the streams, because it's the way I see it, it's like this pyramid, Illuminati, and it's like at the very top you've got the main channel. It's not financially good, but it still keeps you kind of like, you know, like relevant or whatever, and then there's the trickle down effect, that kind of thing. So yeah, because it's like, you know, every video I've put out after Darkwood, they've been okay, but like, they haven't been anything amazing. You know, the Server Blight video is okay, but like, hi. I give the 10, that one guy. I appreciate it. But, yeah. I mean, Fear and Hunger, I had the idea of like getting a set in Melbourne and then like, you know, dressing up as the characters. Like, dressing up as the mercenary, the knight, the mage guy, and then the Outlander. That's right, Outlander. God, it's coming back to me now slowly. You're going to play Expedition 33? I don't like those kinds of games, dude. I'm really sorry. They just don't interest me. Will you ever try Lunacid? I played Lunacid for a bit. Lunacid was really good. I like Lunacid. Is there voice acting? What, in Fear and Hunger? We haven't reached out to anyone yet because the script is nearly finished, but it's not finished. But after that, we need to compile all the voice lines, and then I usually start hitting up YouTubers. Like, I asked Wendigoon if he was interested, and he said he's down. I'm not sure what character Wendigoon could voice, though. Because he's got, like, a very calm voice. Unless he's got, like, a secret crazy voice that I don't know about. Thank you, June, for the 30 bits. Is that an iShow Speed GIF? Of course. Bro, it's like my first go-to GIF on Discord. Just iShow Speed GIF. Will you do Deltarune? I have some Deltarune thumbnails done and stuff, but I wasn't going to play it this stream. Because like, what I wanted to do is like, I wanted to do like a really high quality... I wanted to do like a Deltarune stream where I voiced all the characters and stuff. But I don't feel like I've got the energy this stream for that. So maybe like the next stream, I'm not sure. I do have some thumbnails though, because I wanted to do like each chapter, like do the good route and then do the bad route. Except chapter 1, because chapter 1, there's just no difference. But it's chapter 2 onwards, I believe. Wow. That's where they...
I can't believe the Katana Zero stream is finally here, and only 3 days after my birthday. I love you, little twink. You spoil me.
Thank you, Strange, for the 10. Appreciate it.
What about Australia piqued your interest? Will slop content slow down? I need my slop for when I'm at work. Greater than wishing you all the best, Pyro. Stay away from the inflated spiders.
Thank you, Email, for the 10. Thank you, Fish, for the 5. Do you ever plan on playing No, I'm Not Human? Yes. I really want to play that. It's not out yet, though. It's only a demo. It's only a demo.
Gynoclinical, I wanted to apologize for the bullying yesterday. Upon reflection, I am going to try to better myself and use both estrogen and moisturizer. I think I am trans and you have been the gay awakening I needed. You are pretty gay-coded, sadly.
How am I gay-coded in any way?
Hey Pyro.
That doesn't make... Wait. Be quiet, Larry, for a second. How am I gay coded? What does that mean? Just because I don't have like a buzz cut and I don't have a jawline, is that it? How gay coded? Doesn't make any sense. At that rate, you'd call XQC fruity. No one does that. Oh my god, chat is alive right now. Shut up. No, it's projection. It is definitely
33 or you're banned from South Africa. Sending hate from South Africa until you do.
I never had any interest in visiting South Africa. I wanted to play Far Cry 2 though. That's set in Africa. Thank you, Brit, for the 2. Right, Larry, I did skip your dono. Let me go back. Will the dono play?
Hey, Pyro. The past couple of months have been very rough. My dad started drinking again and back in April a year passed since my mom's death. Your videos genuinely helped me a lot. Thank you and keep up the good work. Less than 3.
Damn, Larry. Sorry to hear that, man, but I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, it's a horrible thing to go through. I hope you're doing all right. Thank you, Hanukkah, for the 15. Appreciate that.
When will we get the 10-hour deep dive on Garden of Peak Peak?
The 10-hour deep dive on Garden of Peak
Peak. Will you ever play Rod? It's a Czech FPS game with a socialist theme.
Hurrah!
I think you'd really
I played
like
Hurrah.
it.
I played Hurrah, bro. I played it off stream.
Hello, Transfem Cynical. Would you ever consider having people from your community
I played
voice
it.
in videos?
Would you ever... Thank you, Niles Estrogen, for the 10. Oh my god, the names. Who is this? Who's organizing this, bro? I said this last stream. It's one person who's in like a ward, or this is like a group of people in a Discord server. Thank you, Gears, the 2. Are you going to be reviewing Ill? I'll play Ill when it comes out. I'm expecting it to be absolute jank, though, because it's made by the people that made Atomic Heart.
Are you sure you aren't dead inside? Fan art on subreddit.
Thank you, Anal Beat.
Pyro, watching
God
you
damn it,
lift
the
the
names.
case made me feel some type of way.
What do you mean?
Play Death Stranding 2 its peak. Truly a phantom pain experience. Anyway, you're gay coded, you beautiful twink. Much hate from Ireland. 200 squats for 200 quid.
That's a really that's really good art. I like that. I don't like that one. I appreciate the effort though. Okay, less of the subreddit. Less of the subreddit. What did someone ask? If I would include people.
That case made me feel some type of way.
Stop it! Why? Oh my god, he lifted a case. Oh my god, I'm like simping. Oh my god. The way he lifted that. What did that other donor say? Play Death Stranding 2? I can't play it. I need a Spotify machine. I don't have one. I broke the last one, I told you. I'm not buying a Netflix machine just to play, you know, for the screen every 5 seconds. Made by Hideo Kojima. Camera work by Hideo Kojima.
A couple of Russian Su-34s have been hit by a Ukrainian coordinated strike. The only thing to note is the route that it took was used via high-quality live update geospatial targeting, and the only country with that capability is the USA.
Thank you, Kuma, for the $20. Appreciate that. Yeah, Kuma is someone who either works with intelligence or is having a schizophrenic episode, and they keep updating us on happenings with World War III. Thank you, Hasanka, for the 36 months. That's crazy. Appreciate that.
Hi Pyro, thanks for putting out slop to distract me from my depression, as it's been hitting me super hard for the past few days. Being old, 27, no partner, no will. Good luck with the Aussie creatures. Thank you for everything. Loki saved my life. Less than 3.
Thank you, Zenik, for the 10. I definitely didn't save your life. You saved yourself, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Bro, don't say your life's over and you're 27. I'm a year older than you. Bruh.
Pyro, I thought I've been gay my whole life, but then I've started to be attracted to women, and there is even a girl I know and I have a crush on. I need tips on coming out of the closet. How?
What do you mean coming out the closet? The straight closet? Wait. Have you just been LARPing as a gay person your whole life? Dude, you're like the reverse of like Kick-Ass. What the hell? Remember when like people thought in the film Kick-Ass he was gay, so he got to like hang out with all the girls? This is the complete opposite. What? Wait, no, this is the same as Kick-Ass. Wait a minute, this could be Kick-Ass subplot. Because they thought he was gay. So he hung out with a girl, and the girl was like, I can't riz me, he's gay. But you actually got feelings for the girl. Oh my god, this could be Kick-Ass in chat. That's crazy. Thank you, Pine, for the 2 do it jiggle. The statue does. Someone asked about voicing in videos, I think. I mean, I might reach out on the Discord server if we need like some small lines and stuff, definitely. Thank you, Commumus, for the Prime. Appreciate it.
Hey Pyro, I think chat in Unity is funnier than you.
Okay,
Let us be in charge of your YouTube channel while you're in Australia.
Guys. What is this like? Because I'm going to Australia, I'm quitting.
Pyro, we all know you're trans. Just take estrogen to become a woman, get all women clothes, and start dating big hunky handsome black dudes with BBCs cause you have bad luck with women. Black men love trans women. Also, did you watch Sinners with no phone?
I watched Sinners, but I was on my phone. Thank you, Ranger, for the 10. Why does Ranger keep talking about BBC? Like, every single donation. Like, I love watching BBC One, but, like, come on. It's actually really embarrassing, though. Like, very unfortunate that BBC is called that in the UK. British Broadcast Corporation. Just a man runs outside. He's like, I love BBC. Anyway. Right, we got some slop to go through today. What do we got? BBC Radio Live. Be quiet. Alright, what's this? Why you should definitely not share the JD Vance meme. Why not? I'll be honest, I've never been in on the JD Vance meme, like, at all, but I just keep seeing it shared everywhere.
About 2 weeks ago, a Norwegian tourist named Mads Mikkelsen, who is not to be confused...
Fine, mate. South Africa doesn't allow people in with a receding hairline over 85% anyway. Strict border policy.
Oh, we all know about the strict border policy in South Africa. I think there's actually more racism in South Africa than Japan.
About 2 weeks ago, a Norwegian tourist named Mads Mikkelsen, who is not to be confused with a Danish actor...
Oh, I thought she was talking about Mads Mikkelsen. I was like, it's the Death Stranding guy.
...from the James Bond and Marvel movies, landed...
The Marvel movies. Is that really how the media communicates with people? Not the actor from the amazing film Another Round? Not the amazing actor from Another Round? Not the amazing actor from the film The Hunt? No, he's the guy from Marvel. Classic America.
Is your end state if you stop the estrogen.
That woman holding the photo is the end state. Be quiet.
...in Newark Airport.
Yeah, why did it show Hot Wheels? Wait, it's shown Hot Wheels? What the fuck? The Hunt is the most profound film I've ever watched, and then it's just the image is Hot Wheels. Great.
On arrival, he was detained by immigration agents who demanded access...
Dude, I was looking at my much smaller viewfinder to see where my camera is so I could raise it. I didn't look at the main screen, but looking at it there, shrunk down, low quality, I thought that was iDubbbz for a second. I just had whiplash. ...to his cell phone, and then denied him entry to the U.S., as one Norwegian news outlet, which spoke to him, reports, you bromiate for the 12 months?
Mikkelsen says that after being warned he could face a fine or even prison, he gave immigration officers the PIN...
Admitted to legal drug use. I didn't think it was of relevance. Mikkelsen said that after being warned he could face a fine or even prison, he gave immigration officers the PIN code of his phone. He was then confronted with its contents.
Pyro, you didn't respond. I don't know how I'll break it with my parents that I'm straight and my anxiety is going through the roof. Please help.
I don't understand.
Hey Pyro, long time viewer.
Wait, hang on, there's like 4 more donos.
Was wondering if you would play through the Dark Souls games or maybe make a 48-hour video of the Dark Souls lore. PS loved your Fat Souls 3 videos for no reason, smile.
Mental illness. I'd love to do like a 24-hour stream. Maybe I could do that in Australia. That'd be great. Get a noise complaint and get thrown out. Oh, I need the pick of Vitali.
You're welcome, chat. Also, with this info being kind of obvious, we can expect to see retaliation in the form of Iranian strikes on American bases in Syria or continued strikes on Israel. Insert we need 5 bagillion more taxpayers' dollars to go to Israel, lol.
Thank you, Vinny, for the 10. Thank you, Kuma, for the 10. Thank you, Bozak, with the 10. Appreciate it. Someone made a dono, like, how do I come out straight
Pyro,
to my parents? I don't...
How much for 10 squats with the shoe?
10 squats with the shoe? I know that is going to be... Dude, that's going to be shared everywhere, and Twitter is going to have a field day with that. I would need at least $1,000 as a good incentive there. To basically ruin my career even further. Someone said, like, I don't even think they're joking. I don't know how I'll break it to my parents that I'm straight and my anxiety is going through the roof. I mean, has anyone ever had a problem like that? Usually it's the opposite. It's like, I want to come out the closet and, like, you know. I can't even scroll down. It's bugged. No, I can't scroll down. It's like bugged. Oh, wait a second. Wait, there was a first dono. Where is it? Where is it? I can't find the first dono unless you used a different name. Yeah, I can't find it. Oh, there we go. Wait. No, that's the same one. I can't find the dono. Sorry, I can't find it. You made another dono, but I think you used a different name. What the fuck? Where is it, bro? Yeah, I think you used a different name. I can't read through all these donos.
As your only half-black fan, I have the authority to say that we love trans women and femboys.
I don't think you're the only half-black fan.
Also, dude, you really couldn't go to the theater and watch Sinners? It's literally worth it.
I haven't been to the theater in, like, years. I don't think I went to the theater once when I was in Stockholm. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how to respond to that other donor. I'm kind of missing some context, sorry. I don't know if, like, Mods or something could pull something up. Then I'm a bit confused. Yeah, I haven't been to... I mean, I'll go to the cinema eventually, just not when I'm in the UK.
Code to his phone. He was then confronted with its contents. Pictures the officer...
Dude, I think that's so scary, though. That, like, when you travel to America, they can literally just go through your phone. Have you seen that? Like, I think, oh my god. Like, dude, if I went to America and then Border went through my phone, they would be disgusted. Like, I don't even have the commissions and stuff sorted into folders or anything. It's just all there in my gallery, like it'd be over. Genuinely. Dude, I remember losing my phone. I lost my phone. I left it in an Uber. And I was just like, I feel so sorry for whoever gets that phone, because you will have to, like, break it, unlock it, and then you have to see all those commissions in there. Genuinely. It is the best way for someone to make a theft and just think, oh my god, this is not worth it.
Officers found questionable. In particular, a meme of U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, portrayed as bald, and a...
Okay, what? Did he get detained for that?
...private photo of a pipe. Specifically, Mickelson says the immigration officials objected to this viral meme of the vice president depicting him as a bald baby. This and hundreds like it are all over the internet, as some of our...
Like, if it was a picture of him being killed or something, you seen the picture of the, hang on, Elon Musk cruelty squad. If it was a picture like this, it'd be like, okay, fair enough, that seems a bit weird. Where is it? Ah, chat, you know what I'm talking about, but I can't find it. There's a picture of Elon Musk. And someone's aiming a gun at him, and they edited it, so it's like, it looks like a cruelty squad edit. You know the one I'm talking about. Jesse, please flash this on screen for context. The people need to know. Oh. It's basically a picture of Elon Musk, and he looks really awkward in public. And it looks like someone is holding a gun. It's been photoshopped. But then they've added, like, the Cruelty Squad crosshair and stuff over him. But I think Google's, like, pretty much scrubbed it.
Viewers may have seen. Now...
Find it. Mods, could someone find it and then ping it to me? I really want to show that image. It's so good. It's, yeah, I think I gave enough context.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection has responded to these allegations. They say Mickelson was not denied entry to the United States because of...
It's on Steam. You might be onto something here. Hang on. Surely it's in the community tab. Where are the, how do you do it? Oh, based. Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate it. We found it. One of the mods found it. Base mod. This is what I was talking about. Like, if you had that on your phone, fair enough. That seems a little bit sus. Fair enough. Like, that's edited. That's edited. That's the original edit, and then someone just made it into, like, a Cruelty Squad thing. If you had that on your phone, fair enough. You know, like, even though it's obviously, like, a joke, I could see how, like, Border would be like, are you making a threat? But that's just, like, bold baby. Like, what?
This meme, you can see on your screen, CBP says that it was over, quote, his admitted drug use. Mickelson says that he told the agency he smoked marijuana exactly twice in his life, once in Germany, once in New Mexico.
Is there anyone else here named Jesse? Oh, no, Jesse, I was talking about my shorts editor called Jesse because he'll be turning this into a VOD. But you're also called Jesse, which is kind of genius because you delivered the image, so I appreciate it.
But not everyone seems to believe that explanation. And if anything, suspected censorship of the Vance meme may have brought even more attention to it, which can happen in cases like this. Yesterday, Democratic Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon shared the viral meme of Vice President...
Bruh, getting detained over that.
J.D. Vance.
I don't know what's worse, the fact he got detained over that or the fact that his cope was, I smoke weed, lol.
On social media. And in fact, that meme, the one you're looking at right here, even made its way to the floor of Irish...
Damn, thank you, Nick M, for the $100. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Thank you, Dadman, for the Prime as well. That's insane, dude. Thank you. Since you like Server Blight so much, have you considered playing the TF2 horror game, Capture the Intelligence? Oh, I have, actually. I genuinely have, yeah. I have. We could play that this stream, maybe. Yeah, that's a Flash game, right? Oh, not a Flash game, you know what I mean. It's like a TF2 game. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah, I might actually play that at some point. Yeah, good shout. Thank you for the 100, man. That's crazy.
Parliament.
We're watching a major incursion on freedom of expression, unthinkable in a Western democracy. This week, a young Norwegian tourist detained by ICE at Newark Airport and sent back to Oslo. Why? He had this meme on his phone, Minister. A meme depicting Vice President...
He had a meme, Minister. And it wasn't even top text, bottom text, Minister.
J.D. Vance.
There was no impact font. Thank you, Sparky, for the 5 gifted. Appreciate that, man. Thank you.
...a baby. I mean, extraordinary. Extraordinary. That a young person with this...
The guy in the back was smiling. I'm not surprised, dude. Like, he's going to take that seriously.
...amusing meme.
If it was, like, a situation where it's, like, it was a meme about Trump, and then it somehow made its way to him, and he was like... We cannot let this man in. He's destroying our democracy. Like, you know, like now you have a reason, but like, bruh, someone actually wanted a promotion working Border. That's crazy.
On their phone depicting a public...
All 20 Irish people. Well, the rest are out drinking, so...
...person. That this would be used as an excuse to detain him for 5 hours and then deport him back to Oslo.
Again, DHS and CBP deny that's the reason. But, you know, just in case they are not telling us the full story here, please, dear viewers, I hope you take appropriate precautions. I strongly recommend that you do not try to cross the border with this meme on your phone. Or this meme, or this meme, or this one.
I like the one on the right. That's funny.
There is absolutely nothing funny about having any of these on your phone. We are just looking out for your own.
Also, he said he was smoking weed. That's why he had it saved. And he's from Oslo, where Norway, weed's illegal. Like, actual dumbass. He basically just self-reported.
Safety here.
It looks like Papa Meat. It does a little bit, actually. All right, that was actually kind of funny. Poor JD Vance. Leave the little baby alone. What's this? We got Plebit. 5 disturbing internet mysteries solved by Reddit. For every 5 conspiracy theories that Reddit blunders, they solve 1.
On the 24th of April 2022 at around 3 p.m., 10-year-old Lily Peters left her home to visit her...
Check the comments. It's much more funny.
...her aunt on her own. The aunt's house was just a 3-minute bike ride from Lily's home in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. And
I think I'll use my Reddit card.
Since she lived with just her...
Well, the thing is, like, Reddit are very good at solving stuff, unironically. But the problem is, they're not allowed to celebrate it anymore. Because whenever Reddit gets too brave and, like, they kind of get gloaty, people just always remind them of the Boston Bomber stuff and how they ID'd the wrong guy.
Father Alexander, after her parents' divorce, Lily often went to her aunt's house on the weekends to play around. So it wasn't unusual for her to make this journey on her own. Unfortunately, what started off as an ordinary weekend was about to end in a horrific tragedy. Things took a turn for the worse when Alex noticed that it was getting dark and Lily still hadn't come home. It wasn't like her to stay out late. He called his sister, assuming Lily was still at her place. But, to his surprise, she told him Lily had already left over an hour ago. He then called the parents of Lily's friends, hoping she might have stopped at one of their houses on her way back. However, none of them had seen her either. Fearing for the safety of his daughter, Alex began searching the route Lily would have taken.
It's so crazy how easy kids can go missing as well, unironically. Like, I saw that film Prisoners, I think, with Hugh Jackman. Solid film. Solid film. Like, definitely recommend watching it. But it's so funny. Like, I remember, like, my parents telling me, like, I don't know whether this is like a boomer cope. It probably is a boomer cope. But they would always say to me, like,
Top
well, they
10
still...
gnome sightings PLS less than 3.
Thank you, Bird, for the $50. Damn, appreciate that. W's in chat for Bird. Thank you. Top 10 gnome sightings? What is that?
Pyro, you can't watch this. You're not allowed within 400 meters of children.
Thank you, AJ, for the 10. Anyways, so, like, I had this... My parents would always come up with this... Ban that guy. Ban him. Anyways. Yeah, so my parents had this cope, right? And it was like, they always said how, oh, when we were young, like 10, you could like go outside and like, you know, you wouldn't have to tell your parents where you are. And you could just like, you know, run around and go to parks. And it's like, how? You know, and they'll use the cope saying how the world is so much worse now. It is. But also, you're acting like there weren't like pedophiles around back then as well. Like they just didn't exist. They just materialized in like the year 2000 or something. Like what?
To and from her aunt's house. He also contacted the police and reported his daughter missing at around 9 p.m. While the authorities didn't issue an Amber Alert, they quickly formed a search party to help look for her in the surrounding area. And
well, there's not an issue now because basically everyone's inside on TikTok and stuff anyway.
After hours of searching, Alex finally discovered the first clue to his daughter.
They still existed, you didn't hear about them as often. Yeah, true.
Whereabouts. Her bike, abandoned in a nearby wooded area. But Lily herself was nowhere to be found. Police deployed drones and rescue dogs to search the woods and investigate the hiking trail that ran through the area. Then, at around 8:45 a.m., Alex received the news he'd been dreading all night.
I know Lily you said you're done with Josh Block, but he said he was going to start a sobriety week as of yesterday, but relapsed within the hour.
I know, femboy cynical. Thank you for the 10. I literally caught up with Joshua Block yesterday on his TikTok. Yep, he said he was going sober for a week, and then within an hour, he was already drinking like 7 beers at a bar.
A volunteer had discovered her body hidden under a pile of...
Parents just used to let their kids run around and not care as long as they got home by the time the street lights came on.
Of leaves.
Yeah, like I will be honest, like if I have kids, like I feel like I'd be kind of too overprotective, right? But that's the worst thing as well. You don't want to be too overprotective of your kids because they don't really learn, they don't really grow. They don't really get like life experiences and stuff, that independence.
Just a few feet from the trail. After a brief examination, police ruled her death a homicide and began looking for the perpetrator. Unfortunately, they had...
I hate how I'm talking about having children as well. Like, you can really tell I'm pushing 30 now. Ugh.
Nothing that could lead them in the right direction. That is until someone made a post about Lily's case in the true crime subreddit. While everyone else was speculating on what could have happened to Lily, user HomesliceNation4 came forward with a crucial piece of information in a now deleted comment that read, "What's scary is I was playing Pokemon Go in the park that day and walking along that very same trail. My stomach turns when I think that I saw that girl in a pink/purple hoodie on her bike with another kid on my way out. I have a suspicion that it could be another kid that did it." Another user called the police tip line to report HomesliceNation4's comment. And to everyone's surprise, this was the breakthrough the investigators needed to solve the case. Because just a few hours later, police arrested Carson Peters Berger, Lily's 14-year-old cousin, as the prime suspect in her murder. Not long after he was taken...
Dude, what the fuck? That looks like a young picture of Keemstar. What the fuck? That's like dead on. Jesus.
Into custody, Carson admitted to everything. However, just what happened to Lily that night was more horrifying than anyone could have ever imagined. According to Carson, he followed Lily as she was heading home and told her to follow him into the woods. He'd been planning...
Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. No, it doesn't, no, actually, never mind. It doesn't look too similar. No, it doesn't look too similar. I was thinking that, I was like, what the fuck? It's like so similar.
Planning this for months. Once they were off the trail, he punched her in the stomach, hit her several times with a large stick, and strangled her until she took her final breath. He then went back home as if nothing had happened. But when he heard about the search for Lily, he panicked and went back into the woods to move her body further from the crime scene and hid it under a pile of leaves. Though, all thanks to one Reddit comment, he was thankfully caught. Given the severity of his crimes and the fact that it was all premeditated, prosecutors decided to try Carson as an adult. He's still in custody, awaiting his trial set for some time in 2026.
I always find it crazy with the legal system how long it takes just to put people on trial, despite the fact that they basically know that they're guilty.
On May 1st, 2013, Reddit user ShadyBusiness15 posted on the What Is This Thing subreddit, seeking answers for a strange device he found inside his power strip. The post read, "Violently blew a fuse in my extension cord, took it apart to see the damage, and found this inside." Alongside this, the OP shared pictures of two circuit boards connected to each other with wires, and
Wait, what blew? A fuse in my extension cord?
What appeared to be a SIM card. He also cross-posted this in the Reddit Bureau of Investigation
The Reddit Bureau of Investigation? There's no way that's real. There's no way that's real. Oh my god. This is why no one takes Reddit seriously, man.
Reddit, where users noticed a microphone on one of the circuit boards and figured this was a spying device of some kind. With one comment providing more details about how it worked.
How did he read that with a straight face, by the way, man?
"Your extension cord is a room bug. Someone calls the phone number on that SIM and the extension cord auto-answers and listens to the room." Put simply, one of the circuit boards was a cut-down version of a phone that used the SIM to transfer audio from the built-in microphone. The second board was a power delivery module, allowing the device to run directly off of the wall power without needing any batteries. However, this raised more questions than it answered, especially about the OP's true identity, with some users speculating if he was involved in some shady business. After all, why else would someone go through the effort of planting a bug to listen in on his conversations?
That's weird, man. I don't know. I've seen videos, though, to be fair, where it's like, you know how you buy, like, those charging cables online? Like, the cheap ones? You know, it won't be Apple. It'll be, like, a knockoff lightning cable. Like, some of those have, like, little devices inside that can basically download anything. And then also there's ports in, like, airports, for example, that have been tampered with. And if you plug into them to charge your phone, they can basically yoink your data.
Bro, you know it's real because you guys in TBH talked about it.
Thank you, Annan, for the 10. Talked about what? Yeah, lightning cable in the big 2025, so true. Dude, the one goated thing about Europe is how they clamped down on Apple and said, no, you use USB-C now, like all the normal people.
But according to a later comment, he was just a normal university student who was living in the university.
It's like how you go to hotels, though, and the rooms can be, like, bugged and stuff as well. Because people, like, see you, like, whacking off and stuff, and they sell that online.
These dorms. And that he took this extension cord from his home when he moved. But also mentioned that there are other people with access to his room who could have planted the bug without his knowledge. With this, the focus shifted towards finding out who planted this in the OP's power strip and why.
I don't think it takes your data unless you allow it, but it could just fry your port for fun.
Users suggested putting the SIM in a spare phone, but doing so only deepened the mystery further. Apparently, it had a 10-pound credit, suggesting that it was being used at some point. However, it didn't have any contacts, voicemails, or call logs. And judging from the network messages, the device had been active since October 2012. This also helped the OP retrieve the SIM's number, but calling it returned an automated message stating, "The service is now closed, and if you have voicemail, you can turn it on." Nothing else. The OP tried leaving it active in a spare phone as well, but even...
They also sell devices to find cameras or mics. Yeah. You've seen those videos, right, where people go into a hotel room and they've got this, like, scanner thing to see if there's any cameras, like, put in the rooms and stuff. I'm not sure what it works on, maybe metals or something.
After days of waiting, he didn't receive any calls or messages. It's possible the person who planted it had already gotten the information they needed, or perhaps they found out the OP had discovered it and decided to back off. In either case, the OP's only remaining option was to contact the SIM's carrier, O2. Unfortunately, they weren't much help either. He would have needed a police warrant to access the call logs, something he didn't want to deal with. Without access to the call logs, the only real suspects OP had were his own parents. However, he didn't find the spy SIM's number in either of their phones when he checked later. This left a single possibility that's...
You think any boomer would be that capable of setting up something that crazy in your room? There's no way.
Also the most likely explanation for the whole thing. Put simply, the spy device was never meant for the OP in the first place.
You can use your phone. It detects the infrared of night vision. It can even see... You can see it in the remote. Oh, I see.
As many on Reddit hypothesized,
the bug was likely intended as well,
and used for corporate espionage at some point. From there, it somehow found its way into the OP's home. Maybe one of his parents brought it home from work or purchased it in a corporate clearance sale without realizing what it actually was. But by then, the device had already fulfilled its purpose and wasn't being
Someone in chat makes a good theory. They said the parents didn't do it, but they definitely paid for someone to do it.
used. Unfortunately, while Redditors were quick to identify and solve what the device was, they weren't able to find a concrete answer for who planted it and why. The last update from the OP was in May of 2013. Chances of getting an answer now, over 12 years later, are practically zero.
Wait a minute! The title of this video was Mystery Solved by Reddit. This wasn't solved. You little fibber.
On the morning of August 9, 2018, 66-year-old Susan Rainwater set out on her usual cycling route in Eatonville, Washington. But unlike the countless times she'd followed this routine, that day she didn't come home on time. Worried, her husband David Rainwater went out looking for her, only to come face to face with the aftermath of a tragic accident. Just off the side of the road, David discovered the mangled remains of his wife's bicycle. As he got closer, he saw an injured Susan lying on the ground not far from the bike. Sadly, it was already too late. Susan had succumbed to her injuries and passed away before David could get to her. He eventually gathered himself enough to call the police, who after examining Susan and her surroundings were able to...
I have a theory here that they're going to say it's a hit and run. And then Reddit ID'd the person that was driving the car.
Pyro, the Reddit Bureau of Investigation is after me for major karma fraud. Also, can you pause the video? I need to pee.
The Reddit Bureau of Investigation is after you for major karma fraud. You know what? You want me to pause the video? I'll do it for 5 seconds because that was funny. 1, 2, 5.
And according to their investigation, this was a classic hit-and-run case. Susan was likely struck from behind by a fast-moving car, resulting in her getting severely injured. However, instead of stopping and helping Susan, the suspect decided to save himself and fled the scene. Unfortunately, there were no witnesses or nearby CCTV cameras leading to...
I would never understand how anyone could do a hit and run after hitting someone. Genuinely. I don't understand that. Like, the guilt you would feel would be more crippling than if you just turned yourself in. Because it's like, if you flee, that's more charges against you as well from, like, a logistical standpoint. But bruh, like I remember seeing this one. We had this road safety PSA, public service announcement called Think. If anyone's from the UK, you might remember this actually. Yeah, it's called Think. There it is. And there was this one advert, and it was actually just so bad, man. It was like a guy goes to sleep every night, and then there's just a dead kid looking at him, like every time he tries to turn like in his bed to sleep, and the dead kid keeps looking at him. And it was like a child that he ran over, but he actually drove away from. Like he got away with it, but just the guilt.
Investigators with no leads to follow.
Let me see if I can find this actually. Hang on. I look up like Think road safety little girl or something, that might come up. Think road safety. Oh, there's so many of them. Oh, here's the one. I found it. That's pretty quick, actually. Like, it does actually look like it's parody, though, man. Like, you could add a laughter track over this. This is really what we were using to get people to slow down when they're driving, by the way. But yeah, the entire point is just, you know, oh, here's the bit just under the... Yep, used him as a little... just to keep the air out. Very nice. It's a good ad, but yeah, like, holy grim. But I guess that's the entire point.
The only clue they found on the crime scene was this one piece of black plastic that likely broke off of the suspect's car from the collision.
I show this really grim advert, and then everyone in chat is saying, is that David from Five Nights at Freddy's?
Investigators tried their best, but they weren't able to figure out what this was supposed to be, let alone what car it belonged to. With no other options, one of the troopers at the scene turned to the internet for help, stating, "Troopers and detectives are still looking for a black vehicle believed to be involved in this morning's tragic bicyclist fatality. If you know anything regarding this collision, please call the Washington State Patrol." While this post received little attention on Twitter, someone reposted the query on the What Is This Thing subreddit, where it went viral and received valuable input from hundreds of users.
Bruh, that's gonna be the spoiler on someone's car. Some Reddit is just gonna crack down on that.
It didn't take long for Redditors to figure out that this piece came from the car's headlight bezel, as it had the notch used to access the headlight adjusting screws. However,
why is Reddit doing a better job than the police?
Figuring out what car this belonged to was still going to be a tall order. After all, there are dozens of manufacturers with hundreds of different models. Not to mention aftermarket parts, which would have been practically impossible to track down.
I'm really interested how they find this guy. Like, even if you ID the car, what are they going to do? Use that kind of car for every car in the area?
The post reached perhaps the only person capable of identifying the suspect's car model from that tiny broken piece. 2 hours after the...
Reddit needs its own police officers. Yeah, they do. It's called the Reddit Bureau of Investigation.
The original post was made, user Jeff's Nuts dropped a comment that single-handedly...
Imagine a hit-and-run case where a woman tragically died, being solved by a guy called Jeff's Nuts.
Brought the search to a close. As it turned out, Jeff was a state inspector in Maryland, where his job was to make sure vehicles were up to code before issuing registration. So he'd seen his fair share of headlight bezels at work. And according to him, the piece police found belonged to a 1988 Chevy Silverado. After spotting the resemblance, users forwarded the information to the investigators, prompting a search for a vehicle that matched this new description.
Hey Pyro, I'm the only woman in the sausage fest, and I wanted to tell you that IW watched you since I'm 13, I'm now 20. You used to be my celebrity crush, love all your videos, keep up the good work.
Thank you, Melanti, for the $15. Appreciate it.
Then, just 5 days
later... God, you know what? One thing I'm so happy about, genuinely now, because I've been doing YouTube for a while, I'm so happy I don't have stands, genuinely. Like, I probably have a couple stands, but you know how, like, the Minecraft scene, every third person would just have a profile picture of, like, you know, like, Dream and Tommy in it and stuff like that? Like, I couldn't do it, man. I couldn't do it.
State Trooper announced what everyone was waiting for. They had located the vehicle that struck Susan and arrested its owner. The man responsible for her death was 37-year-old
No, I don't have any stands because my audience is like... My audience is genuinely like 95% Male. Also, why does that look like Jesse from El Camino? What the hell?
Jeremy Thomas Simon. He first claimed that he had fallen asleep at the wheel and thought that he'd hit a deer instead of a person. However, his story...
You low-key filtered your fan base where standing you is nigh impossible. How did I filter my fan base? I didn't do that.
Story later changed to where he knew he hit a person, but didn't get out to help because he, quote, did not want to see a body. It was clear he was just making excuses, since authorities also found a small bag of hard drugs in his car, suggesting he may have been under the influence at the time of the crash. In the end, he was sentenced to 4.5 years in prison. Not exactly a harsh penalty for a deadly hit and run, but it is better than nothing. Especially considering that if the Reddit user Jeff hadn't identified the make and model of Simon's vehicle and...
What's he wearing? Someone in chat said it's a vest, so it's like, you can't really self-harm.
...posted his findings to Reddit, there's a good chance he would have gotten away...
What did he get, 4.5 years?
...away with it entirely.
Was that 4.5 years? Is that it?
The influence at the time of the crash. Also, did not want to see a body. It was clear he was just making excuses, since authorities also found a small bag of hard drugs in his car, suggesting he may have been under the influence at the time of the crash. In the end, he was sentenced to 4.5 years in prison. Not exactly a harsh penalty for a deadly hit and run, but it is better than nothing. Especially considering that if the Reddit user Jeff hadn't identified the make and model of Simon's vehicle and posted his findings to Reddit, there's a good chance he would have gotten away with it entirely.
4 years for using drugs and killing someone is insane. Yeah.
In October 2024, someone noticed that one of their electrical outlets...
Like, surely if you've got drugs on you, like, that increases the charge.
...in their home looked different from the others.
4 years for driving on drugs? That's the worst thing. Like, could you imagine? Like, that would actually make sense.
It looked like it had a camera inside, but it wasn't super obvious. So they turned to Reddit and posted photos of the outlet, hoping someone would either confirm or deny their suspicions. They also explained their situation further in a comment reading... I've had a stalker in my apartment broken into in the past. I got a camera detector for peace of mind, not knowing it would read anything, but it led me to this and detected radio waves and reflected back with the infrared. The bottom ground looks different than the other GFCI plugs in the rest of the complex. Right away, several people...
Oh, that's a camera. Bro, try and plug something in there, first of all. It's blocked.
Agreed with the OP in that something was definitely off about the outlet. Then, just 40 minutes after the post went up, one user confirmed the OP 100% had a hidden camera in their home by tracking down the exact model for...
Someone was faking it for attention. I mean, it is Reddit, so that is also possibly viable.
...sale online. And according to its product page, it's a wireless camera that could transmit 4K video completely over Wi-Fi.
Bruh, it's not even makeshift, you could just buy that, bruh.
Given the OP's history with a stalker, the same person was likely behind installing the hidden camera as well. Many strongly suggested the OP get out of the house and call the police. Unfortunately, what happened next remains a mystery. The account that made the post was a throwaway the OP created solely for this purpose. And after confirming their suspicions, they never posted any new updates. In July of 2012, user Delver of Secrets Reddit account made a post in r/askreddit looking for answers on a strange encounter they recently had. It stated, "Today, a homeless-looking man handed me $50 and this note. Do any of you have any idea what it means? Dear Reddit, I work in New York City and was dragged into a very curious situation today. I was taking the 1 train from Midtown to the financial district, and as usual..."
I can't ever look at the New York Metro normally without thinking of Hoyt Street with Joshua Blockman. I am mind broken.
The train was pretty packed. I bumped into a raggedy dressed man as we got on, and he shot me a quick smile.
Someone said because it was posted a day ago, it was Liver King he bumped into? Okay.
I thought nothing of it until he went to get off at 14th Street, and he handed me a $50 bill along with a note. Before I could even open my mouth to ask him a question, he was gone. Below, you find pictures of both the front and back of the note. I've been looking at the note all day.
To be fair, 50-50, it's someone LARPing as a homeless person, or it's genuinely just someone completely off their rocker.
And needless to say, I have no idea what it means. It's handwritten on a 3x3 square piece of...
Someone just said in chat, WTF is Hoyt Street? Oh my god. Do you not... You don't know the law? It's where he always films. He's on Hoyt Street. Joshua Block on Hoyt Street. Look at him, he's so happy. He always posts a little video saying, "Ahoyt." Hoyt Street.
Of paper with no identifying marks and no watermarks. There's a hand-drawn grid, and at a couple of spots the cells of the grid are combined. The note has random characters written throughout it, and the bottom quarter is filled with random shapes.
They're not terminally online. Do you know like whose stream chat you're in right now?
Shapes and numbers. Maybe I'm just reading way too far into things, and he was just another
don't act like you've got a life. Come on,
crazy New Yorker. But I figured it would be neat to see if anyone has run into this similar situation. Do any of you have any idea as to what the note says, if anything? After taking a good look at both the note and the $50 bill, some users figured out that the note was what's known as a bifid cipher, and deciphering it revealed a message that read, "There's plenty more money to make. Figure this out and prepare to meet July 19, 56 and 6 hot dog stand outside Rue 57 Cafe. Ask for Mr. Input." However, before anyone had the time to figure out the true meaning behind this note, Delver of Secrets received a coded message on Reddit. It was likely from the same guy that handed him the note earlier that day. When decoded, this message read, "You have managed to find the message with the help of friends. You changed the rules, now so will I. July 12, 4 p.m.
Could you imagine this all leads to him going to a dead drop with a USB stick? He puts it in his computer and it just gives him like 500 Reddit gold.
Find the Blue Jay at 6.5 and 56 and tell him you are the last. This was packed.
That was an undercover cop? No, it's just someone incredibly bored.
With clues.
He probably binge watched Mr. Robot and he's like, I'm him.
Pointing in multiple directions. For starters, 6.5 and 56 corresponded to 6.5 Avenue on 56th Street in New York. And at that location, there was a salon named Gotham Skincare. This meant
Okay, he definitely watched like Batman the Animated Series when he was high or something and he saw like Mark Hamill as the Joker and he's like, okay, that's me.
To believe that this whole thing was a marketing stunt for something related to Batman. Especially since the date given in the original note, July 19th, was one day short of the release date for The Dark Knight Rises. One person even called the marketing company for that movie in hopes of getting them to admit the truth.
It's like when Internet Historian did that video and there was a place called like... There's a place in Turkey, I think, and it's called Batman. Yeah, like, bruh. Let me lower the camera. Bruh, it's like, there's... There is... Like, it's actually just called Batman. Like, there's not even an accent or anything, it's just Batman.
So basically, I was one of the people who got caught up in the whole homeless man give me $50. We had to figure out some sort of code. So after staying up for hours and reading all the comments, I definitely came to the conclusion that this reeks of marketing campaign. And I have a sneaking suspicion that it's a certain company. Hey guys, what's up? Alright, so it's 9/16.
Yeah, I wish I was born in Batman.
Here in New York. And I'm about to call Leveraged Marketing Corporation of America. If you look up the address that we're all supposed to meet at later today at 4, this is actually a marketing agency that's right next to it. So it just makes sense that it might be them. And the Dark Knight thing just makes sense too because the movie's coming out so soon. And hi, how are you?
Oh, is this Batman?
I'm calling to make sure that everything is going to be set up for the Dark Knight campaign later today.
What is the Dark Knight campaign? Is it in New York City?
Yeah, it's actually right next to your office at about 4 o'clock today, actually.
I see. Yes, I know what that is. Please give Margie a call. I'm traveling.
He just admitted to knowing about it. I don't know. You figure it out.
While this didn't lead to anything substantial, Reddit users found...
I feel they'd be cleverer than that. They'd be smarter, right? Like, they'd have, like, a code word or something like that they'd use.
The next clue hidden within the Reddit message. You see, the username that sent the message was 222-0944379. One user converted this to an IP address, and it led to Fort Huachuca in Arizona, a military base that's primarily focused on intelligence training. So, could it be that Delver of Secrets was being recruited as a spy or something along those lines? For some, this was certainly a possibility. However, another user discovered that a spy exhibition was happening at the nearby Discovery Times Square Museum on July 12th. Maybe this was a marketing stunt for that instead. But this idea was also shot down by another user who claimed to work for the museum, stating that they had nothing to do with this. With no other leads, a group of curious New York-based Redditors decided to meet at the specified location on July 12th to see if anything would
Bro, could you imagine if it was like the secret meetup for that Shia LaBeouf "He Will Not Divide Us" thing?
Actually happen. However, despite dozens of people showing up, including Delver of Secrets, no one noticed anything out of the ordinary and had to go back in disappointment. Now, if this was some legitimate espionage-related matter, a large crowd would have instantly scared off anyone planning to meet Delver of Secrets at that location. So, the whole thing was kind of pointless in that regard. But on the other hand, the gathering all but confirmed that this wasn't some marketing stunt. Because if it were, the media attention and large crowd would have been the perfect moment for a big reveal.
There's like one guy in chat and he just keeps saying periodically every 5 minutes, "Dear Reddit."
That never happened. Then something happened that no one saw coming.
Nothing. Nothing ever happens.
On July 13th, Delver of Secrets removed everything from his post and replaced it with a single ominous passage reading, "Received a phone call today threatening violence against me and my family, going as far as to name members of my family and their addresses unless I delete this post. The caller also told me not to show up on the 19th and to inform anyone planning to show up on the 19th that nothing would happen.
Nothing ever happens.
This will be my last message from this account before I delete it. I'll also be changing my number later today. I'm sorry if a resolution to this never happens, but I'm not willing to risk my family's safety for a few extra dollars." With that, Delver of Secrets vanished from the internet.
What the hell? What happened there then? Was he, do you think he was contacted and he was paid money and he was like, you know, some guy was like, "I'll give you $500 to just say you were threatened and stuff because I want to keep this going"?
While Reddit did solve layers of coded messages and uncover clues hidden within other clues, they were ultimately left with nothing but—
I like how it says XD at the bottom. Well, so the guy who set this up is an actual idiot. Gives it to loads of people. They crack the code. He's amazed they cracked the code. And then he starts threatening people. Like, what?
speculation and an
unsolved
mystery.
What? What is that? I thought that was FouseyTube. That's really weird. What? Crazy.
This video was...
What's this one? The internet peaked 10 years ago. Okay. Is this going to be a boomer? Going down nostalgia lane? Because if so, I'm here for it.
This video was brought to you by Squarespace. From YouTube to memes and flash games, you might think the golden age of the internet...
Happy Wheels. Take me back to Jacksepticeye playing Happy Wheels. Oh, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Jacksepticeye. Happy Wheel. Happy Wheel. What is playing calls child a retard? This could be cinema. Hang on a second.
30, 20, 10. Retard, retard, retard.
Oh, this is... No. I don't want old sad Jack. I want where you had the driving cap on. Oh my god.
Top of the morning to you laddies. My name is...
Look at him. He's a little fetus. Top of the morning to you laddies. My name's Jacksepticeye.
My name is Jacksepticeye.
This YouTuber called PewDiePie gave me a shout out.
Welcome to Happy Wheels. Yeah, I finally got around to playing it. I have...
Beautiful. It was a simpler time. Bro, you know what I love so much as well? YouTubers would do this thing where they would do Let's Plays. They would do hundreds and hundreds of Let's Plays, and each one would only be like 10 to 15 minutes long. Ugh. It was an easier time, man.
It is behind us. But when exactly was it? The 2000s? 2010s? Could you even pinpoint a single year? I'm hoping I can by the end of this video.
Okay, just don't talk about the MLG. Yep, it's right there. Don't talk about that era.
But it's not going to be easy. I asked you guys, and out of 5,000 responses, one period stood out from the rest.
There's no way you're saying, like, the current gen. 2% said current gen with, like, Has-Been Hotel, COVID, and Deltarune. You've got COVID, Spampton, and then Joker. 2%. They were definitely born within the past 5 years. Like, there's no doubt, man.
Whether it was the bizarre nature of early viral videos or their creators, there was something about the early 2010s that felt different. I want to find out what, and whether it deserves that reputation. Because if we figure out what made the internet so special, maybe we can understand what it lost, and if we can ever get it back.
you. I said, hey.
I started off by cutting the decade in thirds. I think there's 3 really distinct eras, but only one of them was peak. From the edgy phase to the...
This photo. What do they call themselves again? The Shrimpson Boys? There was some collective name. It included Dolan as well, because Dolan was always like an extension of these guys. Obviously, he just doesn't show his face. There's the Shrimpson Boys, that's right.
To the early days, I'm revisiting all of them to find out what was really going on, to find the exact moments where things changed. And what better place to start than here? The year is 2010.
Yeah, I gotta do another Instagram post where I kiss Chad again. Just happens every day because I'm moving to Melbourne.
No one has more than like 2 million subscribers. There's roughly half as many people even using the internet, and cats are the pinnacle of human.
Kenna has cheeseburger. Bruh, you're talking about Kenna has cheeseburger? You're not talking about the best meme of all time, Chemistry Cat? I remember my science teacher was using Chemistry Cat to teach us, like, physics. These are hilarious, by the way, guys. Look at this. Oxygen and magnesium. OMG. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We need like a laughter track for this one. We need a good long laughter track. 10 hours of crowd laughing. This could be a good one. It's just silence. Okay. What do we got? What do you get when you cut an avocado into 6 times 10, 23? No, I haven't made the joke yet. 6 times 10, 23 pieces. Guacamole. Tough crowd. Is silicon the same as Spanish? C. Chemistry Cat does it on the table periodically. Fucking tough crowd. Oh my god. All right. We need a different one. We need a different one. What about this one? Alright. Haven't made the joke yet, guys. Hang on. That'll be $5 for the electron. That'll be $5 for the electrons. I haven't made the joke yet. The neutrons are free of charge. I know, it's so funny. That one sucks. I'm not even reading that one. Why did the white bear dissolve in water? Because it was polar. You talk funny when you breathe helium. Hehehe. That one's funny. If H2O is water, what is H2O for? Answer in the comments. What the fuck is that one? What did the angry electron say when it was repelled? Let me atom. It would have been an April Fool's joke if the upvotes were exponential. What do you do with a dead chemist? Bury him. That was hilarious. All right, what else we got? Poured a root beer into a square glass. Result was beer. A physicist, biologist, and a chemist went to the ocean for the first time. The physicist saw the ocean and was fascinated. He said he wanted to research the fluid dynamics of the waves and walked into the ocean. He drowned and never returned. The biologist said he wanted to do research on the flora and fauna inside the ocean and walked inside the ocean. He too never returned. The chemist waited for a long time and wrote the observation. Physicists and biologists are soluble in ocean water. Oxygen, hydrogen, sodium, what's my name? How does Chemistry Cat celebrate Valentine's Day? Iodine, helium, argon, tellurium, uranium. It's so funny. Don't do the rotten fruit, man. Like, come on. We didn't have many memes back then. We had that, like Slenderman and Migusta Trollface. That's it. That's all we had. We didn't have a lot to work with, okay? Settle down.
Feel different. But it's not just because of the stuff people are posting. There are deep functional differences with the internet that we'll expose later on. But first, let's get familiar with our surroundings, starting with the site you're on right now. From its 5-star rating system to the era of viral...
Oh my god. Bring back 5-star rating systems that made no sense. Also, bring back video reply girls. They were hilarious.
Videos, early YouTube was bizarre. For starters, you could do some pretty simple things that would seem alien today, like personalizing your channel. You weren't limited to just the banner and profile picture. The background, layout, and general aesthetic were up to you, which gave creators a lot more control over their homepage.
That looks so much cooler. It looks really dated, obviously, but that's like a Steam profile, right? Having that huge background. Now what you get is a sad little banner. Like, the banners suck. Like, what's my banner on my main channel again? Yeah, it's literally just... There was one time I was playing Crash Bandicoot, and it took me 40 minutes to beat a level, and I missed one crate, and I was so molded, I just screenshot it, and I set it as my banner.
Time, you might remember this from Smosh or Fred. In general, there was a larger focus on fostering
Sup, bro?
communities.
Look at that. Smosh, sup, bro. Epic glasses. I like how Ray William Johnson has actually changed the least. Like, he just has not aged a day. It's actually terrifying.
Between creators and subscribers. You weren't just picking and choosing topics from randoms. You were actively following and being served content from your subscriptions. Speaking of which, if you want to join the largest group of Fruitagooners on the internet, consider subscribing. Anyway, people followed...
Bruh, did you use the green screen template and not remove the green screen?
Consider subscribing. Anyway, people followed people. This was encouraged by features like the...
Ray does shorts. Yeah, he does like AI slop shorts now.
Channel page, where viewers could leave comments directly on a creator's profile. You know how on Instagram people can do those video responses that show up in the comments? Well, YouTube had a similar thing going on. Under any popular video, there was a reasonable chance you'd find a bunch of people linking their responses. It offered a great way for people to hear the other side of an argument or even just get additional context. Being the internet...
Well, the reason why they got rid of that is because reply girls would just hijack it. Because you could reply with videos, but it would just always be women like showing their big mummy milkers in the thumbnail to get like little kids to click on it and be like, oh, a wooga. And they saturate the entire video replay thing, so they just had to pull it.
Though, this feature would quickly become problematic. A couple of innovative, business-minded individuals figured out that spamming replies on popular videos featuring their massive, well-rounded takes would give them easy traffic. This was known as the Reply Girls controversy, and in many ways, it never really left us. Anyway, while most of the site was still dominated...
I still find it crazy that Twitch added a whole category just for hot tub streamers. Like, that's such a cope.
By short viral videos, the early 2010s saw the explosion of something completely unexpected. The YouTuber. Suddenly, people...
Look at him. Is that PewDiePie? Look at that chair that's like too high for him. Is that one of those little kids like sat in those like McDonald's chairs?
Weren't just getting 1 or 2 breakout hits. They were
I remember this interview. Bruh, he's got Cry of Fear on the screen based. You don't even full screen it as well, idiot.
Again and again. And now it was paying them. While a handful of channels achieved this in the late 2000s, it was finally starting to become a legitimate career for thousands. Big names like Smosh, Ray William Johnson, Jenna Marbles, and PewDiePie cemented their place in...
The fact that Machinima was that high at one point, that just shows how bad that system was. Thank you, nicest Pyro fan, for the 10. You're fat as well, fatty. Jenna Marbles, Freddie. God, all these... Most of these people were in, like, Creator Clash, right? I mean, Freddie Wong pulled out. Epic Mealtime. Real Annoying Orange. FPS Russia.
YouTube history. And set the stage for the chaos to come.
Read the third one. Yeah, Smush.
Overall though, there was less of an established content meta, and anything from skits to low-budget Let's Plays had a place. Importantly, a lot of this early content was being made for a single reason. Fun. The future didn't guarantee monetization, so none of these guys really knew if they had a long-term career. So many people only made stuff because they actually enjoyed making.
Are you sure? Is that the video showing like the Xbox 720? Oh my god, you guys remember that? Xbox 7... I can't even show the PS5 because it's real now, but the Xbox 720... It's just like... Bruh. How would... Bruh. Oh. Dude, I bought one of those. The Xbox chat message thing. Because I thought if you bought one of those, you could use console commands in like Half-Life and stuff. I got baited hard.
Making it. This gave creators a more down-to-earth, authentic presence. Still, the minute that serious money entered the picture, things were bound to change. Several events were set in motion that changed the trajectory of the site forever.
I'd say Ray William Johnson was always someone that had a company though. Like, he did make videos in his bedroom originally, but he got a company pretty quickly, I'd say. PewDiePie was one of the last people to kind of, well, he always kind of just did Let's Plays.
But we aren't there quite yet. The shelf life of the troll face has been borderline insane. It popped up for the first time in 2000.
Oh my god, I love troll science, dude. Troll science is so good.
2008, and you can still spot it lurking in the depths of YouTube.
Oil floats on water, wait for rain, cover yourself in oil, fly.
YouTube Shorts. Edited over Tom and Jerry clips from the 1940s. Team Tom Chad. Is Tom smart?
Huh?
I'm famous. Dad. Oh, he's still gone. By the early 10s, memes were no longer in their embryonic.
Please talk about the Tumblr era back then as
Pyro,
well.
I heard you mention the other day that Transformers fans are autistic, and that is in fact truly correct. I spent 20 minutes trying to think of a funny joke, but I just couldn't think of anything. So, have a good day.
I think the Transformers community is sick, but yeah, there is definitely prevalent autism there. But it's that kind of like superpower autism where it's just like a hyperfixation. Oh my god, Spartan, thank you for the $200, man. Oh my god. Thank you so much. That's crazy. All right. For the next 10 minutes, I will be a Transformers shill. W's in chat for Transformers, and W's in chat for Spartan as well. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Damn. Dude, you Transformers people, you have loads of money, right? Could you get them to like watch my streams and give me money? That'd be great. Thank you.
Stage, having evolved since the 90s.
Sleep and gaming equals bad grades. Sleep and good grades equals no gaming. Forever alone. Gaming and good grades equals no sleep.
And 2000s. Many
so true. Actually, so true.
Formats that originated on sites like 4chan and Reddit had been unleashed on the general populace. This led to the mainstream popularity of rage comics and those top text, bottom text memes with the color wheel backgrounds. Importantly, these all followed similar patterns and leaned on pretty conventional humor, meaning that anyone could understand and create their own. As you know, that is absolutely
I love that Drake meme.
Absolutely not the case anymore. While we continue through the decade, I think we'll find out why that is. Anyway, as each year passed, the landscape kept evolving. Doge, cats with lasers, rainbows, burritos, shooting stars, rickrolling. Stuff was still colorful and simple, but there were plenty of new characters.
Oh, I feel like such a boomer reminiscing, but bruh, we do not know how easy we had it back then.
Formats popping up. This will be relevant later on.
Like, no one even used Twitter back then. It was just boomers. Oh, we had it so easy, bro.
So just take note of
we had
how
it so easy. What was the worst thing on the planet then? Like Vine? Oh, there was nothing wrong in the world back then.
Long some of these memes were around. Going back to YouTube, a lot of internet humor manifested as YTPs and animations. Things like the Asdaf movie series and humorous...
That's still going. Dude, I met Tomska when I was doing an event once. He was sharing a stand next to me. Honestly, one of the nicest guys I've ever met in my life. I went to a bar with him afterwards and some of his friends, and my parents met him. Like, honestly, the energy from that guy is just unreal. Like, he is such a nice, down-to-earth guy. I actually don't think I've had a better experience meeting a YouTuber.
Music videos fell within a very strong niche. Still, you can argue that a lot of this was just...
I stole my IRL name from Tomska because I had a hyperfixation on Ed's World when I came out as trans. I mean, yeah, 3/4 of Tomska's fan base are trans, so it kind of adds up.
Spilling over from the previous decade, and the 2010s were yet to truly establish their own identity. Considering how chaotic things got from here, you might not be wrong.
Dude, was that fucker right in the... Well, I can't even say it, can I? You showed Leafy and not me? Well, no, I wasn't even a thing back then, true.
Before we leave the early 2010s and dive into perhaps the most bizarre period of internet history, there's a couple things we need to touch on. Firstly, gaming. Flash games were obviously...
Yeah, it's actually crazy how huge Leafy was back then, right? Like, his videos would actually get, like, consistently, like, 3 to 4 million views. It was just wild.
Massive, but you started to see something else happening with bigger titles. Thanks to Let's Plays and forums, the development and success of new games became...
PewDiePie with Stefano the statue, and he would just always scream barrels.
...somewhat intertwined with the internet. I could list a bunch of examples, but why do that when I only need to mention one? Minecraft spread through the web like wildfire almost immediately upon release. By 2012, it was everywhere. This was propelled by YouTubers, theories, and the simple fact that the game was really good. But again, it wasn't just about these...
Minecraft will actually never die. Minecraft goes into a coma for a bit and everyone forgets about it, but then 5 years later, 7 years later, it just always comes back again.
Bigger hits. If you didn't have access to the...
Oh, look, guys, there's no shadows. There's no shadows on the cubes. It's Soul. It's Soul. Look at the low render distance. Soul.
Larger titles people were playing, Flash games would...
Shadow of Israfel. Why did they never finish that, bro? Why did they never finish that series?
Fill the void. Happy Wheels, Bloons Tower Defense. Shout out to Cool Maths Games. And shout out to the internet in general. From 2010 to 2013, it was undeniably a fun place to be. Things like personalization, the laid-back creative nature of YouTube, and meme culture were exciting and easy.
Five Nights... Oh my god, yeah. FNAF is actually that old. Damn.
To engage with. But there's a whole lot more on the horizon, and I can't help the feeling that I've barely scratched the surface. After all, it took only a few short years for things to change completely. The remnants of the old
Are we going to talk about MLG?
Unrecognizable by the end of this next period. But before we dive into that insanity, a quick word from today's sponsor. Whether you're a
FNAF on this is insane, bro. Come on, that's like putting Mr. Beast next to Jesus.
Business...
I can't even tell if you're doing a bit. I can't even... Mr. Beast.
Owner, creator, or just like design.
I'm just amazed that FNAF has been going on for so long.
Squarespace has you covered. It's harder than ever to stand out in a sea of websites, making their...
I'm sorry.
It's 2014 now, and top text, bottom text is no longer cutting it. Skits are on the way out, and we've officially begun the slow, deranged descent into brain rot. This is my...
I mean, I'd say Filthy Frank was skit-based. It's not like we really retired skits back then.
Shadow of Israfel never finished because, apparently, the world fell corrupted.
Shadow of Israfel never finished because the world got corrupted? Oh, really? Oh, that's unlucky then. Thanks to 10, Anon.
Marked by the increasingly cryptic nature of memes.
Just a direct, like, that was comedy back then, by the way, man. We do not know how easy we had it. You just added shades to anything. Like, look, like the one on the bottom left is that terrible. It's now funny again, ironically. It's stretched out fedora. Bro, I remember, like, saving onto my PC, like, 20 variations of a fedora. And, like, weed. It was, ugh.
Things like MLG and, regrettably, the word dank. On the upside, there's more people online and no shortage of interesting stuff to engage with. Unfortunately, not all of this is received well or looked back on fondly, with many creators distancing themselves from this era today. To find out why that is, I think it's time we check back in on YouTube. Behind the scenes, YouTube had been quietly changing its algorithm. As early as 2012...
Is this the change that killed animation channels? It's funny because animation channels have kind of came back now. But, you know, it's like Meat Canyon's killing it. But to be fair, Meat Canyon also has a Patreon that makes him like over, you know, $50,000 a month. So, but yeah, I mean, there's still other ways to do animation now as opposed to when they changed it back then and it just cucked everyone.
Watch time became a key metric for determining a video's reach and performance. By 2014, the effects of this were in full swing. The platform was no longer dominated by short viral clips.
Remember when monetization was 10 minutes and not 8? Oh my god, yeah. And then they changed it to 8 and it was like, oh, I get to yap. Hang on one sec. I gotta look at something for this Liver King video going out.
Instead providing...
Charlie beat you to it. Yeah, that's why the thumbnail for tonight's video is just going to be Critical's face. and I'm going to title it Huge Liver King Update. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, I went onto my channel analytics to see what, you know how YouTube shows you? It will show you 10 videos that your viewers also watched, and it should show like a variety of different channels. Every single video was Charlie's. Every single one.
A framework.
So we're going to put the thumbnail as his face. And then I did some skit in the beginning where like I'm just voicing over him. And then we talk about other things that Charlie didn't cover, so there's actually some substance.
Where regular, lengthy uploads could thrive. This means long, episodic Let's Plays from established creators, and later down the line, 40-minute drama videos with a dude playing surf. But early on, the meta was pretty simple.
I remember trying to copy Leafy, but I was so bad at surf, I had to use like Dying Light and Prototype instead.
Simple. PewDiePie, Markiplier, and Jacksepticeye were right on top of it, pumping out playthroughs of horror games like...
Yeah, they were the big three. And it's funny with Jacksepticeye, because didn't PewDiePie literally give him a shout out? And that's the reason why he got so famous?
Slender. This was all fairly unproblematic.
That's crazy.
And the same went for other growing niches on the site. Vlogging, makeup tutorials, educational stuff, reviews.
Here it is.
Dying Light is still peak. Yeah, they just did... They did a, they remastered all the graphics in Dying Light, like literally yesterday, which is really good. Because I wanted to do a main channel video on Dying Light 1. Dying Light 2, I don't know, man, I just can't finish it, but Dying Light 1, cracked.
It is very cool. I'll give you a quick look at it. I'll turn it around a bit.
However, beneath this thin, brand-friendly veneer was a growing movement that would ultimately change the course of the website forever.
I feel like Jack would have been famous either way. Yeah, I mean, that's fair to say. But PewDiePie obviously gave him that push.
This story starts off way back on October the 17th, 2006. A video is uploaded by the channel Too Cool For You 92, showing a
This is Filthy Frank's original channel, isn't it?
kid breakdancing. It's only 11 seconds long and we don't see him again for a few years. That is, until this video. It's made by a newer channel called Disaster Music that begins posting short...
Do you remember Joji Vlogs? Does anyone remember that? He just walk around like just bullying people in public.
Comedic clips. There's a couple gems in there with titles like Tragedy of the Homeless Crap and even useful tutorials like this one. But nobody cared who this guy was yet.
Until he put...
You guys don't know Joji Vlogs? Guys, come on. He's going to upload a new video soon, I promise. I promise, he's going to upload a new video.
Hey guys. Upon reviewing my own content in the first vlog, I came to realize that this really isn't an accurate representation of how I actually live.
There's a video where he's just following an old woman in a supermarket or something. I'll see if I can... Oh, yeah, this is it. This is it.
You're gonna get. Haha.
How do you like your eggs? Scrambled or fertilized? Alright then.
It was basically just a bunch of vines that he stitched together.
Nothing like a good cops marathon to remind you that there are trashier people than you, so you can feel real good about yourself.
Yeah, Joji Vlogs is a trip down memory lane there.
Put on the shirt.
I'd like to share with you a little story.
This was the start.
He had such a high-pitched voice. Where did that go?
Of Filthy Frank.
Just suddenly developed bronchitis or something.
Character and channel made by George Miller.
Who's Filthy Frank? It's over. There's a new gen in the chat, boys. It's over. Shut everything down.
Only a few days after posting this video, he makes a post on Twitter showing the now iconic pink suit. Even crazier is the caption. I bought this last night. This is a total game changer. Internet fame, here I come. And with that, he was well on the way.
Oh yeah, he actually invented Harlem Shake. That's crazy.
I'm not sure he knew what it was going to take to get there. The things he'd end up doing. George's videos were intentionally bizarre and offensive, pushing against every boundary and almost seeming like a retaliation against YouTube's increasingly corporatized landscape. He wasn't going for sponsorships or monetization. Frankly, I don't know what he was going for.
Yeah, he had the ultimate good ending of a YouTuber. Like, he quit at his peak and then just went on to do music. Like, he actually made it mainstream.
But he was definitely doing it, and pretty well too. Inevitably, other people began to catch on.
Thank you, Raw, for the 5. PewDiePie gets upset when people say that he made Jacksepticeye blow up, and that he kind of would have made it either way. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, he did give Sean a shout out, but yeah, that's fair to say.
Realizing there was still a space for edgy and absurdist humor, iDubbbz donned a green morph suit. PewDiePie started talking like this.
You want this apple? Sure, buddy, thank you. You like it? Well, I
And eventually, there was an entire ecosystem of these creators. It's hard to explain if you weren't there, but every time Max Mofo, Frank, and iDubbbz collaborated, it was like the Avengers for the unemployed and casual enjoyers of SJW.
Thank you, good username for the Prime.
Compilations. Keep in mind, we're only a few years in, and we've already gone from cat memes to people baking and eating PewDiePie's ass hair. But what about when they weren't uploading? What was there to watch?
There were so many cake videos, right? There's like vomit cake, hair cake. They've all been deleted now.
Remember that one dude
Thank you, Rainbow, for the month.
who made like 30 videos about Mr. Beast's downfall? This is the end for Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast Pregnant Challenge. That's not a new concept at all. While the drama scene today seems pretty relentless, it was nothing compared to peak 2016. We all, yes,
Please show my channel. Please show my channel.
we couldn't stop watching 20-minute videos of some 20-something dude in his bedroom talking over surf gameplay. In fact, it's been almost a decade, and that's exactly what you're watching right now. Calling out cringe and absolutely
Come on, show my channel, show my channel.
It was a huge meta in the mid-2010s. These guys pioneered what we call slop today, and some started arguments that still haven't been resolved. Not all of it was simple commentary though, and creators like iDubbbz and H3H3 added in skits and their own characters.
It's over.
However,
I actually fell off too much, bro. It's over. Wasn't even a mention.
Format has lived on. Many of the older creators were forced to abandon some of their methods. And here's why. Around 2017, the influx of edgy and problematic content on YouTube had kinda come to a boiling point. The cringe was too strong. Other issues on YouTube Kids weren't helping, and the attention brought by several large creators' controversial clips made things even worse. One group was feeling the pressure more than anyone else, and unsurprisingly, it happens to be the only group whose opinion mattered. Advertisers. Companies were pulling out left and right. YouTube responded by tightening policy, and suddenly there was no room for this kind of edgy content. Things changed completely.
Yeah, I remember PewDiePie talking about this on the Trash Taste podcast with Sea-Dog, and I think it was something like, he thinks that they all agreed that the demonetization thing would have happened anyway, but what happened with PewDiePie basically just like accelerated it.
In a matter of months. Creators who were already on limited ad revenue were now making close to nothing, and so they stopped. The edgy period collapsed as quickly as it arrived. But what rose from the ashes? How did YouTube actually change after the adpocalypse? We'll come back to that. With so many eyes on drama and edgy creators, YouTube became a prime source for memes. You'd see a lot of green screen formats using YouTubers, and new YTPs were
they were everywhere.
Numbers. But things weren't as simple as they used to be, and you could safely call this one of the strangest periods for internet humor. Again, these were no longer simple commentaries on relatable, real-life experiences.
I rented a movie. The previous customer didn't rewind it. What the? What kind of meme is that? Even if that's ironic, it's like, holy boomer.
Pyro is lay sad now because he wasn't mentioned. Womp womp.
Thank you, oldest Pyro fan. No, I'm actually distraught.
Experiences. Almost all of the humor was grounded in or referenced.
Wait, that's my video. That's my video. That's my video. I think that's my video. That's my video. That's my video. I think that's my video. I think that's my video. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I gotta mention. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh my god, 46 seconds. Is that my... That isn't my video. No, that isn't my video. That sucks.
Referencing something from the internet. Even a few seconds of an MLG edit had layers of references and insight.
Wait, this is my video. Oh, dude, I'm too old. I can't even tell if it's my videos or not anymore. Guys, come on! Some of you are old heads here. Surely you'll be able to know.
Jokes. As a result, not everyone could...
I swear I remember editing this.
...really get or appreciate...
Yeah, no, this is my video. This is my video, I remember. No, hang on. We're gonna do a second pass. We're gonna do a second pass. MLG CSGO. It is my video. It is my video. Wait a minute. 10 years ago, bro. 10 years ago. Oh. Racing to the grave.
The joke. Not me though. Pull up an MLG edit. The sound, air horns. What do? YouTube to MP3 dank air horn sound effect, copyright free. Next day, posting MLG edits in the classroom by myself. Laughing. Why? I studied, bro. Still, just like
Every MLG YouTuber becomes a dropshipper. It's a pipeline.
the trollface and Doge memes from the early days, there were a few things that stuck around.
Podal did it better. Everyone did it better than me. My MLG videos were always really subpar. I just got lucky because I was basically a little leech, like just, you know, doing commentary videos.
Around for way too long. Did anyone actually find that B-movie shit funny? The entire B-movie, but every time they say B, it gets 10% faster. The entire B-movie, but bass boosted.
It was never funny. Even when it came out, it was never funny.
Still see people copy-pasting the entire B-movie script. There was this collective obsession with repetition, where stuff was just funny because of how drawn out and ridiculous it was. Like, how many We Are Number One remixes did we really need? I definitely think this was the turning point that got us to where we are today. When even the language of memes is abstract and confusing, their value is no longer just comedic.
This was humor back then, by the way, dude.
There's this added layer of feeling like you're part of some special group that understands it. Kind of like when people started making their dark sense of
That person followed me on Instagram pretty recently.
humor part of their personality. The idea that others don't get it is just as much of a draw as the actual entertainment. This started to get pretty bad over the following years, and we'll dig into that soon enough. All in all, the self-titled dank era was in decline by 2017, leaving behind—
It was honestly such, like, MLG videos had such... I remember talking to Max Murphy about this, like, the first time I spoke to him in, like, 2019? No, 2018, maybe? Maybe earlier. But it is just like, dude, MLG videos had the shortest shelf life out of any trend we've ever seen. It lasted like a year.
And some pretty memorable characters. Amidst all of this, another industry had been quietly growing and
I still find it crazy though, man. Like, you know, if people like me and Memulus did not do those MLG videos, like no one would have any idea who we are. That's crazy.
was set to explode. Though I don't think anyone quite expected what we were in for. By the early 2010s, the world had seen its fair share of internet-made artists. Lil B.
I love Lil B. Lil B, Bass God.
Soulja Boy. There were plenty of people going viral with small production teams, leveraging sites like YouTube to bypass the traditional gatekeepers of mainstream music. But
where's the Playboy Carti?
What happened in the mid-2010s was different. I'm talking, of course, about SoundCloud rappers. Around 2015 to 2016, the scene absolutely blew up, and people heard the names Lil Uzi, Lil Yachty, and XXXTentacion.
Lil Yachty was weird, right? Because he was like really famous, then he fell off. But then he actually kind of fell on again.
For the first time. Just like Chief Keef in 2012, everyone was covered in designer, held together by Gucci belts and double cups.
You cannot use the double gulp cup.
If you liked the music, this was a really good time to be online. Thanks to the low barrier to entry, there was a constant stream of new releases. And it felt like artists were breaking out every other day. And honestly, even if you didn't like the music, you couldn't deny it was entertaining. A lot of the biggest rappers today either came up during this period or were directly inspired by it. And in the underground scene, SoundCloud is still the place to be.
NetSpend said something is gonna happen tomorrow.
But this wasn't the only industry to come to life in the mid-2010s. Streaming was quickly gaining traction, and it was finally becoming mainstream. Creators like Sodapoppin, Lyric, and Destiny showed that just like YouTube, live streaming was
Yeah, Lyric and Soda are still going amazingly strong, man. They got into streaming at the perfect time. They have such a dedicated fan base. It's crazy. Like anytime I see them on Twitch, they've always got like 20 to 30k concurrent.
A viable career. And Twitch held all the cards. At the start, it was primarily gaming, but people soon branched out into politics and eventually—
Is that Destiny playing CSGO?
IRL. This wave of content was completely different to anything before it. You weren't watching a carefully constructed, pre-written narrative unfold for 20 minutes and then turning it off. Instead, you could interact with things as they happened, with the added randomness of live entertainment. It's no surprise things took off. But what is surprising is what happened to the internet after 2017. 2018 to 2020 was a weird time for the internet. YouTube Rewind was still a thing, people really hated it then though, Vine was gone and TikTok had taken its place. But this isn't to say
TikTok is that old already? Damn.
Nothing interesting happened over those years. In fact, it's quite the opposite. We saw huge creators rise and fall, the beginning of some of today's—
Oh yeah, the Tobuscus fall off actually needs to be documented.
most hated practices and the solidification of the internet as a money-making machine. That being said, some people consider this to be their favorite period online, and we're gonna find out why. How often do you think about thumbnails? Do you ever wonder why we went from
That's a Jay Aubrey video, right? Yeah, he makes really good videos.
Seemingly random stills to whatever the this is? This change has been perhaps one of YouTube's most noticeable. You can pretty easily date a video.
I feel this is when irony started to slip in.
Judging off these tiny little snapshots. Even compare a modern MrBeast video to one from 2017. While this might seem like a trivial observation, it's representative of what's happened to the entire platform. I remember when I first started.
Bruh, I saw this recent video of MrBeast. It's so genius. Like, you can so tell he's had his teeth done. His teeth look really, really nice. But it's actually crazy, like, how different they look. Let me see if I can find it. Look at these pearly whites he's got, man.
How's it going, guys? A week ago, I launched an AI thumbnail tool to help.
Look at that. I wish I had teeth that white. Look at that.
Make some extra money. And I also want to put out there that I guarantee.
Beautiful. It's like boogie teeth, or those the teeth that they had in that Inspector Gadget film. I wish I had teeth that white.
Making videos, I watched this clip of MatPat where he talks about the psychology behind thumbnails. It seemed so obvious while I was watching it, but I never considered how much strategy goes into a single one. There's patterns to how we perceive them, going from the top left to the middle. We respond more to faces with specific expressions. There should be tension, energy, or a story. By the late 2010s, people had more than enough
Nobody. Did you see it?
Data to really start min-maxing these. Higher contrast, bigger red arrows, and even more red circles. More recently, MrBeast went back and changed all of his thumbnails to show him smiling with his mouth closed rather than open. Why?
Oh yeah, he said it was like it got more clicks somehow.
Because he has enough data to show that people are slightly more inclined to click this expression. Again, you can easily...
Imagine having like a data center collecting all that stuff, man. We just put a thumbnail out and it's like, we hope people will click on it.
Trace these practices back to the latter half of the 2010s. If you weren't relying on ye old methods of clickbait, you had to really work to make your thumbnail stand out in an ever-growing crowd. But this had another unintended consequence that you've definitely picked up on. YouTube lost...
Yeah, isn't it crazy how like you could just put boobs in the thumbnail and people would click? And nowadays, with how people are, if you put boobs in the thumbnail, only like a third of people will click.
Something. You see, by 2018, the site had well and truly changed.
The internet is becoming woke.
YouTube's 2017 crackdown meant safer, ad-friendly content. The algorithm rewarded frequent, lengthy uploads. And for many, it was no longer a hobby. The evolution of thumbnails exemplifies this change, becoming solely driven by statistics.
Yeah, I hate these kinds. I hate this era of YouTube. I really do. Ugh.
And
it's so manufactured. Now this is when we enter the era of it's a business. This isn't a hobby, it's a business.
To no surprise, this was when the site started to develop a reputation for being sanitized and corporate. The stakes were higher, advertisers held
sterilized is the best term, I think.
More power than ever before, and creators knew this. If you felt like YouTube became less creative here, it isn't just nostalgia. When the threat of demonetization looms over loose boundaries, people don't just avoid pushing them, they don't even look for them. So we've gone from the Stone Age through to MLG, past dank memes, and here we are. There's two new terms to get uncomfortably familiar with. Again, surreal and irony. To get this started, I went to Surreal Memes and did some honorable, independent
I love irony.
YouTube journalism. Right, here's how to make a surreal meme. Surreal memes are essentially dank memes that are so incredibly dank they're on another plane of existence. Surreal memes can be hard to understand for humans at times, but given enough thought, we may be able to find humor in them.
That is such a convoluted way to just say it's unfunny.
Surreal memes are supposed to be hard to comprehend, but are supposed to have some sort of relatable hidden meaning behind them.
Like whoever wrote that was on the seventh gate of cope.
In other words, they were doing the whole high IQ Rick and Morty thing at the same time the high IQ Rick and Morty thing was relevant. Surreal memes tie back to what I was saying earlier about memes starting to revolve around making you feel like part of some secret club. There was a painfully obvious performative element of just look at us and how crazy we are. How many layers of irony are you on? At the time though, these were decent enough and a couple were pretty creative. But surreal memes could only cling on for so long, and compared to what followed, they were perfectly cohesive. Because irony was where things got really
Bruh, is that rice gum?
Really weird. Humor started to collapse in on itself maybe around 2018, 2019, with memes becoming a lot more cryptic and nonsensical. I'm not going to go over this stage in too much detail, partly because it's impossible.
Yeah, it's more just like it was random for the sake of it. But when you reach a point where it's too random, it's just like, okay, this isn't funny.
But if you know,
because then you revolve back to the Tumblr raw XD, I'm a cat dubstep laser.
At this point, you could see another major shift in how the internet worked. Specifically, memes no longer stuck around for more.
I swear I edited this video. Can someone actually, I don't know if one of the mods could find this or something. I swear to God I edited this video. I recognize it.
More than a few months. Where the MLG format survived for multiple years, trends had started to come and go faster than ever. This was true for a lot of things. YouTube, music, fashion. There were countless niches, subcultures and groups. But as everything became more transient and fragmented, it was harder than ever to connect or feel a part of it all. What we lost was a sense of shared identity. This was reflected in the rise of apps like TikTok, where everyone was funneled into highly personalized echo chambers of micro niches and sub-subgenres. Even going back to YouTube, this was when subscribers started to become irrelevant. The algorithm stopped rewarding a loyal following and began prioritizing videos that satisfied whatever fleeting interest you had that day. Why? Because the only metric—
This is really true. YouTube subs mean nothing because most people are subbed to like, over 50 channels. You get very dedicated people that have the notifications on their phone and then they watch the video. You've got that. But I've checked my analytics and I've talked to some YouTubers and I think it's about 7 to 10%, if you're lucky, actually come from the sub feed. The rest is just all recommended. Like if YouTube does not recommend you, it's over. Like
that matters is how long
I'm subbed to 250 channels. Yeah, exactly. Like that's why it doesn't work anymore. It's just a fake number. It doesn't mean anything.
Watching. This isn't always a bad thing, but it does detract from the feel.
Wait, one of the mods linked something. Did you find the video? Hasanka? Let me have a look. Might have found the MLG video that I worked on. I'm pretty sure I did. There we go. I told you. I told you I made this video. I told you. I can't play it because the music's copyrighted. 10 million years ago? Might as well be. 10 years ago. Crazy. Crazy. Yeah, thank you, Hasanka, for linking that. Appreciate it.
Feeling of community you used to get by curating your subscriptions and being served a blend of your
also 3.4 million views on that video. I fell off.
Selected interests. Luckily,
what's Darkwood on now? 6 million. I fell off.
Things like Discord still help with that, and you can join ours at any time. Regardless, we've come a long way, and I think I finally have some answers. Has the internet already peaked? Were you guys right? And
well, I don't think the internet's peaked. We will claim it's peaked because we're old and we're boomers, but I feel that new gens that are now growing up with like Deltarune, they will say that's when they're like 20, they will say that's when the internet peaked.
Was I able to
It's always this constant cycle of people having like a great period when they were teenagers, and then it's like, okay, this is the best part of the internet. Everything else sucks.
Pinpoint a single year. Of course, the answer will always be it depends, and we have no idea what's coming in the future. But we can do a bit
I'm coping right now. I am coping.
Better than just saying it's subjective. After all, it's pretty clear what's fun and what isn't. What made the internet enjoyable in the first place was personalization, entertainment, and community. What's eroded that experience is centralization, excessive moderation, and the feeling that every online space—
Thank you. Thank you for giving a small YouTuber like me a shout out. Thank you. You know what? I'll let you off the fact you're Australian. Cheers, mate.
Is becoming overly corporate. With this in mind, I think we can safely—
Dude, that was such a filler video as well. That was literally just for a sponsor obligation.
We get the last period out of the way. Now, the mid-2010s. A great period for memes and content in general. Social media wasn't—
We were saying L video just because he showed my video.
Wasn't quite as dominant and all-consuming—
Thank you, Ravioli, for the 20 months. Appreciate it.
—as it is today. And
do you remember when you had memes of the month on the meme calendar? every end of the year. What? Did I have that? Am I that old? Am I getting dementia now?
And it still felt like something that you used, rather than something that used you. But it was already evident that the internet was changing. Things like the adpocalypse exposed how fragile the system really was, and how the viability of content creation was becoming
I remember how iDubbbz would always call Philip DeFranco Philip DeFuckass. I always thought that was really funny.
increasingly tied to diligently following platform policy. By then, the idea of customizing your channel, or even your Google homepage, was well and truly dead. It was the era when personalization, previously a core tenet of the internet experience, took a back seat. So the early 2010s.
Yeah, I do love like old websites, the way they look. I mean, this is why I commissioned an artist to do stuff like that with our merch website. The kind of, you know, I just told him, I was like, dude, I love like PlayStation 1 demo discs. Can you do something for me? And he was like, hold my beer. And then he cooked that up. So, based. I'll be honest, furry artists, very talented people. Right, what else we got? The new Walton Files is out. Hotline. Okay. Hey, mystery solvers. Found this one with my friend Danny while hiking back in Michigan. You won't believe this, but it was left in the same spot I found tapes 1 and 2. Weird. P.S. Danny told me there's apparently an error where from 3 minutes 14 seconds onwards, there's just a white screen for the remainder of the video. Sorry about that. Apparently no way to fix it. Okay. I do like Walton Files. It's really good. It's like, you know, it obviously has the FNAF references on its sleeve, but they've still been able to turn it into something different. I'm purposely glazing, so hopefully I get to voice one of the characters one day.
Hey, BSI employees, old and new. We'd like to wish all of our usual
Based on your previous voice acting career, I did a great performance in Hunt Down the Freeman. Shut your mouth.
employees a good summer vacation. Hope all of you enjoyed the bonus we
Will you
added.
ever play more of the Liminal Spaces games, like the pools game you played? I really enjoyed your playthrough.
Thank you, Jacob, for the 10. Maybe. I don't know. I need to wait for a good one to come out that actually interests me, though.
Your collaboration. As for our canine caretakers, we greatly appreciate your work and wish you the best of luck in these coming weeks. Taking care of such a big dusty place can sure be challenging. That's why we've introduced our brand new BSI hotlines. Numerous phones installed across the facility for any emergencies. Just give us a call and we will send someone over to help right away.
I trust this voice. They don't sound depressed at all.
You can find our hotline number here. Here's an example.
BSI hotline. How can I help you tonight?
Hey, I just hurt my leg while doing my usual maintenance. It really hurts. Boy, I sure hope I don't bleed out.
No problem. I'll send someone right away. Please stand by.
If you need any help with your usual task for the facility, please refer to the box labeled Training in the lobby. We appreciate your effort in keeping the roots of this ever-growing company alive.
It's very nice of them to add me into the series. I really appreciate that. Only had to pay them $5,000.
Blah, blah, blah. Stay safe and take care while you caretake.
I like the hyper-realistic teeth. Just always looks terrifying. Nah, don't say it's bootleg FNAF. Don't say that. It's dude, I watched the whole Walton Files before in the past. It's really obvious that they've got FNAF inspiration, like 100%. They don't try and hide that, but it's still really interesting. Closet. Yeah, who in chat is coming out the closet today? I'd like to know. Anyone in chat? Thank you, Ceres, for the 10. Appreciate it.
Would you ever consider streaming a Ninja Gaiden game?
Gay?
They have a side-scroller coming out soon and also are releasing NG4 soon after. They also released a second Black game not long ago which has done quite well.
I'm scared of Ninja Gaiden. I just know how hard Ninja Gaiden Black is. What is that meant to be? Like inside the suit? It's shaped like lungs? I mean, they're obviously not lungs, but...
I heard BDSM line, chat, do I have audio dyslexia?
You have audio dyslexia. Thank you, Classy, for the 10. I feel like this is me when I play Outlast. I just zoom in and out with the camcorder just onto like some guy's face. You know what they should do in Outlast? And I've thought about this. Why is there not a feature in Outlast where you can like play back and upload the footage that you take on the camcorder? Could you imagine if there was a way to like view only the camcorder footage that you recorded during the game? Like imagine the huge cuts and stuff like that. I think that's a really cool idea. I want it to be uploaded online, like to a server, because you just have some guy and he would only just like film people's like feet or something like that, or just do close-ups of bad areas. Anyways. It wasn't the Golden Freddy pose. She wasn't doing that. Just subtitles of this. It's over.
Come on. You've reached the Bunny Smiles hotline. Please stand by while we connect you to our available operators.
It's really funny how people would complain saying that this series uses TTS and that's like a lazy cop-out, but you call most support. Bruh, I had to call my bank today because they locked my account because I was like trying to pay rent in Australia. And they thought I was doing like a fraudulent transaction. And I was just speaking to like a TTS for half an hour. Oh, they got a Mad poster over there. Yeah, it wasn't Mad like a TV series at one point? The music is banging.
Hey, David, what's up?
Hey, man.
Working hard or hardly working?
Listen, I don't know exactly how to put this, but, I don't feel safe here.
Oh, David, that's just our usual employee flight. If you refer to the work week manual at page 24...
No, man, you don't get it. I feel watched. I don't know how to put it.
It's not purple guy, it's purple person.
Not really an emergency, though, is it?
I swear to God, I'm not the only person in here. I've heard weird stuff and that smell. Can't you guys send someone to pick me up or something?
The voice acting sounds realistic. I think they actually hired like an actual voice actor for Purple Person's role. Kyle Denegris. Yeah, he's like an actual voice actor, so that makes sense. What the skibbity is that? Was not expecting that. Anyways. Thank you, Jimmy, for the 10.
Just a second, checking my notes here.
Pyro, what would you wear a suit and someone farted in you asking for my boss?
Thank you for the 10, Jimmy. You need to go to a mental ward.
Your shift ends at 10. So, Why don't you stay calm, spend the night, and we come pick you up 10 chirp? How does that sound, huh?
Oh.
Hello? Here, I'll sweeten the deal. Stay, and I'll include a $5 gift card for any Bunny Smiles related merch. Pretty sweet.
Just his face reaction to that as well.
Just get me out of here.
Ooh, no can do. You know, the boss is pretty strict about trustworthy employees, so, if you leave, I'm gonna have to let you.
You could die here. It's like pretty haunted. There's some like dead kids and stuff, but dude, you could get a gift card. Is this Derv running this, by the way? Want to join my free gift card giveaway?
Go.
You're killing me here, man.
I need you here until 10.
Swear to God.
Just stay the night, alright? Great. Glad to be of help. See you in a few hours.
You could also run out and leave. That is also an option. You would sadly get fired, but you'd also be alive.
What is this?
I was so bracing for a jump scare there. Yeah, the art style for this is so cool though. This is probably like the most animated I've ever seen one of these videos as well. I like how the sealed door is just a PNG on the wall. Really adds to the eerie atmosphere. It's peak compared to the first one. Yeah, the first one was just kind of slideshows and TTS and stuff, but yeah, like it's the same. Like everyone shits on like these kind of horror series so much, but it's like just let them cook. Like some of them do actually pick up over time. Oh. Bro just keeps filming. Bro just keeps filming. You could leave, by the way. I was not expecting white man jump scare. Holy shit. Oh my god. I was that okay, that one actually got me, dude. White man jump scare. Bruh, do not say Wojak jump scare. Please don't say that. Please don't say that. Oh, he made it out though, right? Casually pushes the vault door open. I mean, bro, if fight or flight kicks in, you're like full of adrenaline. So he made it, right? Yeah, I think he made it. But he left the camera on the floor. He left the Outlast camera. What is that? Oh, that was one of the owners, right? On the right? The guy with the mustache? Dude, you're gonna jump scare me, aren't you? You're gonna jump scare me. I guarantee. PNG jump scare. I thought it was pretty good. I like that. I mean, it was really short as well. So, no, I really like that. I thought that was good. How is it scary? It doesn't have to be scary to, like, be good. I think I was, like, very unsettled during that. But I've always liked the Walton Files stuff. I've always really enjoyed it. Yeah, that was pretty, Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Guys, remember that video we watched yesterday? The moon woke up. They've got an episode 5 preview. And it's like... This is episode 5 preview. Could it be peak? Oh. Oh. Oh, it's over. Interstellar. Is that it? Bruh, that's not even a preview. Bruh. That was nothing. Yeah, what? Yeah, what?
Yeah.
Crazy. Ugh. Alright, hang on. One sec. I gotta go pee. I can't be bothered to put Subway Surfers on. So you're Chinese. So you're actually Chinese. Good argument, but you're Chinese. Alright, I'm back. Oh, I couldn't be bothered to put like Subway Surfers on or something. Alright. What else we got? We have... I want to see this one. The VR as a degenerate. I know a lot about VR chat. I mean, when's the last time I used VR chat? Let's have a look. When's the last time I used VR chat? The last time I used VR chat was...
The pinky headphones behind you look like a fine ass in some cutsy panties.
Thank you, Milf, the 10.
Can you call my friend Ferret be gay? He needs some reassurance that it's okay from his favorite transgender creator less than 3.
I'm not transgender, but your friend, what's his name? Ferret? Ferret, you're gay. Thank you for the 10, Shark Wizard. Appreciate it. Yeah, I used it 23rd of November 2024. Yeah, God, I just don't use VR chat. Dude, I've got 8 hours on that game. That's like what most people get in like a day. Oh my God, I have so many furries on Steam. Bro, they've all got like 30 hours in a day. That's crazy. Right, the VR chat sleeping problem. Let's have a little look at this. The only things I know about VR chat is like people sleep in VR chat, and there's like a lot of people that drink way too much on VR chat, or they smoke way too much weed. To the point that I've seen furry artists doing like comics about it, like as like PSAs, like public statements.
Yeah, we're back again, aren't we? VR chat. What
Card World at War intro, me lucky.
episode are we on of this now? Like the Empire Strikes Back? I have indeed done a lot of VR chat videos, but this was a video I was going to do till I got sidetracked with another video that came my way. A significantly more deplorable one.
Spooky
FF5
Slop Night, would you check out my own? Just my name and house should find it.
Red Nova Tyrant House. Yeah, I could look that up in a bit. Thank you for the 20. Nova, appreciate it. Thank you.
Made an update video on that situation, by the way. But with 3,000 hours in this game...
Bruh. I have 8 hours. Bruh. How'd you not get bored of it? I know some people like use it as like a social outlet, and that's fair. But, bruh.
No.
That's like average. That's like a Russian person with CSGO hours.
Like the 10th time I've used this bit, I'm not doing it again. Doing 3 veteran tours and witnessing the worst of war zones the game has to offer, like the front lines of Saigon, that would induce shell shock on the most ordinary people, like the Black Cat and God forbid H Party. The latter one do not...
I'm so happy I don't know any of this stuff, man. Genuinely.
Google. Do not visit it. You will thank me. But basically, I am more than qualified to speak on this topic more than anyone you know. I earned my stripes. But most of my hours in this game were during COVID. That's my only excuse. But before I get into the topic of today's video, I need to rearrange my foreskin. 1 second.
Check this vidAquiox link.
Thank you, Dagoth, for the 10.
Of these videos have gone up slightly. I did try to commission an avatar for this video, but
he got like a Chad buff body on the bird.
But there is no way I'm paying
500! 500! To be fair, I think I got a VR model once that was about that much, but still 500!
500 plus bucks for a bed PNG to be placed on a free male model asset. And considering I did most of the design work, that took me a whole hour to do, by the way, I would have definitely won the kindergarten art competition.
I like how it's like anime e-boy and he's got like a northerner accent.
So we're going with this avatar today. No, I'm not an e-boy, but you can add it to the list of incorrect slurs levied against me to this day. It was between this, a Rigby avatar, Shinji, Lelouch from the best anime ever made, or a bird avatar that's mouth doesn't even move. I did this all for you, by the way, you ungrateful fuck. But anyway, believe it or not, there are many
He's not a northerner, am I just racist?
sides to VR chat. Admittedly, some I have covered in the past, but believe it or not, this game is still nowhere near dead. It's 10 years...
Oh yeah, no, the player count for it is still insane, right? Hang on. VR chat, Steam charts. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Jarvis. Jesus. Bruh. It didn't even fall off. It's just getting more popular. Oh my god, no, it's literally just getting more popular over time. It's like I looked at Repo the other day, like Repo kind of fell off. But this is actually just becoming more and more popular.
Fucking old, by the way. It's got loyal players on the same level as people from the original CS. Till CS2 came out.
Do I miss CSGO already? Maybe.
Even though I know VR
Have you seen that guy review skins? People just always try and give him skins that spell out slurs and stuff.
chat has a terrible reputation. Nowadays, you mostly...
Not a word. Not a single word. Genuinely not a word from chat. Not a word. Not a word.
See the worst of this.
Can you piss off?
Game.
Anyways.
Holy fuck.
Me?
Yes, but rules are rules.
Mom? Wait, don't unplug the internet. Wait, please. Wait, please don't unplug the internet.
I don't know. That feels a bit staged, actually. That feels a bit staged. I don't know.
I'm probably overdosing on copium here when I say those people only account for less than 10% of the whole player base, and most belong in a padded cell. I'm talking about the public lobbies, public shows of affection, to a disappointing degree.
Your little pussy belongs to me. You're gonna learn to do it.
Bios longer than Luke 642 showing off mental disorders like badges of honor, and I don't know why this is only for VR chat, but a lot of people within VR chat apparently have DID. I don't know why. I thought it was like a rare drop. But despite all of this, the Steam charts
a rare drop
of this game show that the game is still growing even to this day. Albeit a bit slow, but it's doing better than Titanfall 2 that released around the same time. Your game's never coming back. EA completely fucked it. But obviously this doesn't include other platforms like the...
Anytime someone mentions Titanfall 2, a video essayist sleeper agent is activated to talk about that one mission where you travel back in time, and they won't shut up about it.
Quest, predominantly owned by children, which I still think to this day was a cardinal mistake. A worse mistake than that one video involving someone's puckered anus in a jar.
Please don't show it.
But you've now got so many different parts and communities to this game, like the raving and dancing scene. Fairies. Don't ask them a question about computing, they will not shut the f up. You've got role players. Drinking. The losers, also known as mirror dwellers. The avatar creators...
What? Okay, chat, explain to me. Again, surprisingly, I'm not someone that uses VR chat a lot. So what is the mirror dweller meme? Is that just people that just look at themselves in the mirror and like appreciate like their own avatar for like 10 hours straight? Is that what it is? Because I hear that buzzword thrown around a lot, but I don't really... Oh, it is. It's narcissism. It's people that literally just... They just look at themselves constantly. Bro, why would you not... Unless they changed VR chat when I last played it, isn't there like a waiting room? Isn't there like a private room before you join a server and you can just do it there? Why not just do it there? Why would you go into a public lobby and start doing that?
And world creators who are making absolute bank in this game and are probably not paying taxes. Hey, I'm just saying, apparently if you report them to the IRS, you get a cut of that money. The people that make content on this game, the small amount of people that only get on for the mini games.
Hey, Pyro. Have you seen the Vushot avatar someone made of 2016 you?
Thank you, Vine, for the 10. No, I have not seen that.
Trolling, which it's been...
Someone made a Gamer Subs avatar, I think, though.
Known for recently.
Fairly sensitive.
What, that she was saying she was allergic to virtual tomatoes?
Yeah.
Music and concerts.
Bruh, there's this one VR chat clip that I love so much. I'll see if I can find it. I think it's that guy that made it. Hang on. It's someone asking for coffee. Mods, I don't know if you can find this. It's someone that was like trolling someone in VR chat, asking them for like anything except coffee. And the person serving was their model was like Toriel from Undertale. It's like, it's really funny. I don't know. Maybe I'll come back to it. Maybe one of the mods might find it. I'm not sure. But yeah, that was like a classic video. Mods, do my job, please. Well, I can't... Shut up. I can't look for it for 20 minutes because I won't find it.
You've got dating and gooning occurring on the platform. There's even groups for both now, but we've spoken enough about that on this channel. And you've got the people that just get on to speak to people. Probably because they're AoE.
No, it's really funny because it's like just asking for anything apart from coffee over and over. And then the guy like just breaks down. There's no way you found it already, bro. Oh my god, my goat. Thank you, man. Was it this one? Let me see if it was this one. It was this one. Yeah. This one's actually certified hood classic.
Just take
the
coffee.
The best joke of this is the guy dressed in the Lethal Company outfit at the end.
Ask for. What the did you ask for?
You making coffee?
Yeah.
Can you make me some coffee?
Yeah, there's multiple kinds of coffee. If you could please go to the menu and tell me what you want. Have you decided what you want?
Yeah, coffee.
If you don't tell me what you want, I'm just gonna make you an espresso.
I'll make my own.
Sir.
I'll make my own.
Do you want black? Is that what you're asking for?
I just like coffee.
If you do not know what you
Are you
want,
Maestro
just say
of the
coffee.
35?
This is coffee.
Oh.
So if you want coffee, take this or specify your order. I can make it for you. I'm offering my services.
I'll just make it myself.
Just take the fucking coffee.
That's not what I asked for. I asked for coffee.
It's fucking coffee.
I'll just make it myself.
Just take the fucking coffee.
That's not what I asked for.
What the fuck did you ask for? I can literally make you one of everything and you pick from it. What the fuck do you want?
Seriously, I mean, I'll just make it myself.
Don't. Please, you're gonna make my job so fucking hard and I want it easy. You're gonna make my job incredibly hard. It's already taxing on me. Decide.
I don't understand why these people act like they can't take the headset off as well.
Or go.
I want coffee.
I'm gonna take a break.
What are you doing?
You're so...
Just lying down in bed.
Is my apology ready? That's what I thought.
You're not getting a tip.
You're not getting a coffee.
You're not getting a tip.
You're not getting a coffee. I don't get paid for this anyways. Can I get up and run behind the counter and let a woman do her work?
You know what? You're fired.
You can't do anything. You have no power here. If you do, make me get up and run behind the counter. Can't? Then I'm just gonna wait here until someone orders something. Something off the menu, and not just as vague as coffee.
I don't give a shit what any stupid fucking
Oh my
video
god,
says,
Dono ruined the Dono ruined the
Titan
punchline
4 2
award.
is actually peak and they should
Yeah,
go
then I'm
back
just
to
Dono
Reddit.
ruined the punchline award. Thank you, Jack, for the 10. Every mission in Titan 4 2 is actually peak. I never said the game's bad. I just say that everyone like harps on about that time travel mission. Right, okay, alright, we'll play that again.
That's what I thought.
You're not getting a tip.
You're not getting a coffee.
You're not getting a tip.
You're not getting a coffee. I don't get paid for this anyways. Can I get up and run behind
No, the joke here itself is kind of mid, but it's the guy at the end that just kills me.
the counter and let a woman do her work?
You know what? You're fired.
You can't do anything. You have no power here. If you do, make me... Can't? Then I'm just gonna wait here until someone orders something. Something off the menu, and not just as vague as coffee.
Can I have some diet water?
It's the fact he's like 5'2" as well. Kills me.
The effect inhibits them from doing it IRL.
Have some water.
But that is VR chat nowadays, and it's still growing. But there's one activity and community I wanted to speak about today that has quite possibly been around since the start
Oh, come on. It was funny. Come on. Have some humor, fellas. Come on.
of the game. And it's something that has worlds specifically designed around it and for it. There's still public lobbies where you can find people huddled in groups doing it, and it's something that is viewed as fairly normal within the community, but people outside the VR chat sphere would probably be somewhat stunlocked upon hearing it exists. And that is VR chat sleeping. Sleeping is something that is natural for us all, and we
How do you sleep with a big fat headset on as well? Like, what?
all definitely require it to some capacity, unless you want to be as coherent as XQC.
Took a lot of damage. I dropped them back by accident, like an idiot.
Yo, can you speak English?
Or if you want to look like something straight out of a failed Russian sleep experiment, but we all need
To be
sleep
fair,
just...
Pyro, if your level ends up as a Wikipedia article, you've kinda made it. No Russian, cause, and effect.
Thank you, Red Nova, for the 10.
Some of us do it in different ways. Some need specific lighting. Some sleep in a certain posture.
People exercise in VR chat. That doesn't sound like a bad idea, though. It's like, you know, if you're on a treadmill, like, it's really excessive. But, dude, if you gotta do, like, a treadmill walk for, like, an hour, like, incline, that's hell. Like, I gotta watch, like, a film or something on, like, an iPad.
Or position. Some even a specific routine, or they can't sleep. But to those of you that fall asleep to anime female ASMR, to give yourself that false fallacy that is someone loving you in order to lure yourself to the dream world, you cannot make fun of the people I'm about.
Dude, I've been falling asleep to the weirdest videos recently. Like, I always need noise to fall asleep to. Like, the past 2 weeks, I've just been falling asleep to, like, pathologic 2 lore videos.
To describe, you are on the same level. And don't even get me started on the dick warming community. But VR sleeping are basically a graphical radiator on your eyes, which wearing for a short amount of time anyways would give you something similar to a sunburn that looks like the VR has left its own cock print on you. And if you look at the VR screen for long enough, you could probably count the monitor lines impressed on your eyes for quite a bit after using the headset.
There was a guy that spent, I think, a couple of days in VR for like a YouTube video, like a challenge, and I think it actually like fucked up his perception of reality.
So how can
like his motor skills or whatever were just really impacted. Like his brain wasn't communicating with his body, like sight.
you sleep in VR chat? Why would you want to sleep in VR chat? What are the many problems and benefits, if any, of doing this? And have I myself tried it? So for some of you that are experienced with sleeping in VR chat, I know you're watching, you little e-couple having pixel sleeping losers, but you may recognize this music. If not, this is the music for the world Rest and Sleep, a world that has been around for my knowledge as early as 2019, maybe earlier. But many remember this iteration, the OG one, and by the name of it you can probably tell what people are doing in...
Did he talk about phantom sense yet? Yeah, I see videos of people where they get tomatoes thrown at them and they say I can feel that in real life.
This world. If not, your head might be as thick as a Toyota Corolla. People for years now have come to worlds like this for sleeping, even to this day.
Disabled guy I know when he was in high school makes skimpy VR chat clothes and lives his whole life in VR chat.
This world wasn't the...
Is that like a Second Life thing where like he can make money off that as well on the side?
the first, and it isn't the last.
Like you Dutch for the Prime?
But it's quite possibly the most known. I actually remember coming to this world years ago and watching people mess with the people asleep.
I'm blocking every single...
They would always put that one turkey video on the video player full blast to wake them up.
Alright, door's open. Get out.
Oh, bro, it doesn't get run over.
Good times. People come here to sleep. In fact, I'm here right now looking at these idiots sleeping in the virtual world. I am totally here right now. Yes, this is a public instance, anyone can join, and some of these people are fully asleep. Now, it would be funny to play something like a raid siren and flashing lights to test the percentage of people that have acute epilepsy, but that actually used to be a prominent problem and something we'll talk about later. But yes, these people joined a public world just to fall asleep. Some are even cuddling.
I only use chat to watch movies with friends, and I teach voice training for trans people. And sometimes I fall asleep accidentally and it's awful. I wake up dazed and my neck hurts. I keep myself on green so people wake me up, but now I barely get on.
Thank you, Faye, for the 10. Yeah, again, it's like VR chat can be a good tool, right? Like, I don't use it. I haven't used it since, like, well, it said on Steam, like, November 2024. But at the same time, it's like, you know, it can be a very good tool, but yeah, at the same time, it's like, oh, yeah, it's like what you said in that dono. It's like, you know, you fall asleep on accident and then your neck is like, I don't know how people can actually sleep.
Don't worry, they're both going to find out eventually. They're both guys. But why do they do this? Why do they come to a world, or even worse, a public world, to sleep where people can quite easily disturb them and point and laugh at their chronic problems? Well, one reason I found when I looked around was the term social sleeping. It's apparently common for animals to do this, and it's been hypothesized we do it as well and gain all the same benefits. Because apparently in our evolution, even though we've progressed to...
That place has too many degens in it. I just think any game that's like affordable or free, you'll just always have that. Any social game.
The tech tree, we still hold some traits from when we were cavemen. No, that is not an excuse for you to use when explaining to your parents why the body pillow for your favourite VTuber can stand up on its own and smells like cottage cheese. But there was one peer-reviewed study I found that mentions the social sleeping hypothesis. Yep, this is straight nerd shit. Keep in mind, this is a hypothesis. The VR chat players aren't out the boiling water yet. But it says social sleep is something that especially our ancestors benefited from, an increase in security.
Bro, I pulled up the Harvard essay for this one.
And sleep quality. So you basically get the buff of comfortability and sleep quality when sleeping with a person or a group. But the context for this is doing it in person. Why do it in VR chat? Well, some people online, when speaking about sleeping in VR chat, speak about these same benefits.
I feel like I'm not sleeping alone. Bro, just put on a stream of like iShowSpeed playing Mario with Kaisen app.
They like...
There you go, you're not alone.
Sleeping in the virtual world with people they possibly don't even know, because it makes them feel more comfortable and less alone. The VR chat players are never escaping the allegations with this one. But if you find sleeping in VR chat in a puddle of people improves your sleep, power to you. I just don't understand the people on desktop without a VR doing it. At that point, just go back to the ASMR. But there are incentives to sleeping in VR chat. Once again, you have world-specific...
I put your videos on to sleep too. They're that boring. Thank you. Yeah, you're actually giving me more views by doing that, and you're probably not skipping the ads, so I appreciate that.
...made for sleeping in VR. And each have their own experience to help you sleep. You can sleep in a deep forest with a...
It was the VR chat fairies who helped make the COVID vaccine. Yeah, I kept seeing like there was some fairy coming out saying that she helped make the vaccine or something.
Waterfall with the birds chirping. You can sleep in the void of space watching the stars go by. You can sleep on top of water listening to the gentle waves or even under the water itself. Or maybe you're like me and personally like the pitter-patter of rain, which is the average UK weather to help lull you to sleep. They have a world for that as well. Or maybe you're a psycho.
To be fair, I do use rain sounds to fall asleep too. Like there's like a YouTube playlist you can use. That actually helps a lot.
That wants to sleep.
But not in VR chat. Not in VR chat.
Sleep in. Mr. Brightside, but you're crying in a bathroom at a party because your crush brought a date. If you like to be cooked, I guess. But you can even find YouTube videos showing you the best worlds to fall asleep in. Some people just want to sleep in different atmospheres, and they come to VR to do that. And once again, these worlds and game itself support the sleeping community. There are even unofficial Steam...
Bro, just open a window. You know it doesn't rain in the UK every day, right? American spotted.
Add-ons like Oyasumi VR.
It just rains most days.
Which makes it even easier to fall asleep in VR. By doing things like automatic brightness and GPU power decreasing when it detects you are sleeping.
Bro, they got the energy-saving sleep mode for VR chat. Yeah, what?
And auto-accepting invites. Yeah, fuck that shit. Why the fuck would you want that? Knowing VR chat, someone would wake up to someone else tenderizing their meat.
Thank you. Let me be just what I need to bust. Let me just be what I need to bust. Cause I'm bussing.
And of course, some people sleep in VR with their long-distance relationship partners. Kinda like what they do on Discord.
Ooh, the matching profile pictures. Ooh.
It's the closest you're ever going to be with them, buddy. And make sure to mute yourself, they don't want to listen to your sleep apnea. But while sleeping in virtual reality is generally accepted in the VR chat community, it does come with a lot of problems.
Yo, look who fell asleep first. Prank him, John. You already know. Yo!
So probably the biggest question and problem you can think of regarding this is probably, is sleeping in VR actually good for you, and can you get some good quality sleep from it?
There's no
once
way.
Again, would you think sleeping with a graphical radiator...
Has he got like a PS5 on his back? Like, bruh.
...emitting copious amounts of blue light, even with your eyes closed, would help you sleep? But if you don't know what blue light is, it usually comes from things like the sun, but can also be found in things like digital screens.
What does blue light release again? There's a hormone. It's the same hormone that you get from sex. It's a hormone that is... your body secretes a hormone that literally keeps you awake. Because your brain thinks that the sky is out when it sees blue. It's... Oh my god. Oh my god, it's not estrogen. Oh my god. Cortisol? Oh, it's a stress hormone. I don't know. I don't think it's cortisol. I'm not even...
Like the...
God damn it, chat, again.
...thing you're looking at right now, and the headset people would be...
Melatonin. It is melatonin. No. It suppresses the release of melatonin. It suppresses the release. That's right. So it doesn't secrete anything. It just stops melatonin.
...be wearing in VR. It affects sleep because it fools your brain into thinking it's daytime, and it affects...
Bro, we used the same Google AI result.
...affects your body's release of things like melatonin. So basically, it makes it harder to sleep, harder to stay asleep, and harder for your brain to fully turn off. But don't worry, I believe most of you already turned your brain off. It's usually recommended you stay away from blue light 2 hours before bed, but let's be honest.
Yeah, no one's doing that. No one's doing that, bro. Come on.
None of us do that. I'm even guilty of it. But with VR, you are constantly being bukakied with blue light, which means sleeping is pretty hard. Looking at other videos of creators that have shared their experience with sleeping in VR chat and conducted their own experiments, like twice in the virtual reality show, both had some trouble sleeping in VR, either due to the bulky headset or waking up occasionally, but even I can corroborate these claims because I've also slept in VR chat. Yes, before you write a comment with a range of derogatory terms and perhaps a racial...
TF2SFM with law, try give the ongoing don't join Team Red. Got me hooked.
Don't join Team Red. I think I've been suggested this before, maybe. Yeah, I haven't watched this, but I've been suggested it. Okay.
Slayer customized for VR chat players. I have slept in VR chat, but that was during my heydays of the game, like 2020. Haven't done it since, and it was only like 2 times, one intentionally and unintentionally. But the first time I was in a private instance with people I knew at an ungodly time because Europeans on this game suffer the most, and I probably had some chill music in the background like Nuja Bez, and I fell asleep in a lobby, completely vulnerable.
It takes a degen to know a degen.
But I woke 2 hours later and everyone was gone. I was all alone in a cozy world. Nobody bothered to wake me. And thank God I was not hot making, because that would have been a terrible time to realise I snore. I still to this day don't know if I do. But it was actually a really good sleep. I felt pretty comfortable. But keep in mind, I was in a bed. Yeah, I used to play VR chat in my bed. Yeah, I'm a lazy bastard. Shut the fuck up. But in my dazed state, I went back to sleep and woke 4 hours later to the fans of my PC hitting at least 10k RPM, like it was trying to load the average VTuber breast size. The sun absolutely demolishing my eyes and a red imprint around my face where the headset was. I promptly took the headset off, turned off my struggling PC, and it felt like I hadn't slept at all. Like it felt like I slept only an hour. I also had a slight headache and felt like I had just been brutally beaten by something like the Penetrator from Saints Row. It was a terrible sleep, but I was really comfortable. Except for the cement block that was on my head, known as the headset, it was quite the experience.
Yeah, dude, I got a Valve index somewhere here. I have not set that thing up since I moved to this house. And that was like 4 years ago. That's crazy. I have not used VR once since I moved to this house. I don't even remember the reason why I booted up VR chat in November last year. I think it was to test a model I paid for or something.
Maybe it was something to do with the environment, the gentle music in the world, or the ambience in the background. But I actually really liked it. I just didn't like the after effects. The next time would be a lot more intentional, as a month later I was struggling to sleep. No matter what I did, I just couldn't sleep. It was probably down to something like insomnia.
I need my 1440p sleep.
And this lasted for a few nights. I was barely sleeping. So remembering my previous experience, I booted up my PC and VR chat, picked the same world as last time, laid down, and it took about 10 minutes and I was out cold. And from personal experience, I can say sleeping in VR improves comfort at the cost of some quality of sleep and possibly preventing your body from going into that deep sleep phase. I woke up multiple times throughout the night.
I just don't know how you can sleep in VR chat, bro. Like, what? It's like when I'm seeing Kai Cenat and I show Speed and they're sleeping, like, you know, during that Mario stream, and they've got the lights on and stuff, and like TTS is going off every 5 minutes. It's like, you're not sleeping, dude.
And probably didn't get my full night of REMs, but I fell asleep quicker, for longer, and
just get a cold pillow.
And was more comfortable. And probably due to the fatigue afterwards, my sleep went seemingly back to normal and I could pass out almost instantaneously again. Without the VR headset, it was a good hard reset. Now, other people's experiences are probably very different. I don't know if you can get used to a high-powered torch in your face when you're sleeping.
There are headsets you can buy, though, that are, like, really small. There's one guy that linked me a headset. I was going to buy it, but then I kind of realized I don't care about VR, so I never bought it. And it's a VR headset that, like, it connects to other VR headsets. It's really expensive. It's like £1,000, but it's just this little piece of, like, metal. And all you need is the goggles, so I could detach the goggles off my Steam Deck, and I wouldn't need this huge, bulky R headset behind me. I forget the name of it, but it's like, yeah, it was like really good for like comfort.
And I didn't test the social sleeping thing because 100% I do not trust VR chat players with my unconscious VR corpse. But my experience was...
Big Screen Beyond, is that what it's called? That's it. Yeah, this is it. This is it. So this is meant... Yeah, that's right. I mean, look at that. Look how, like, that's just nothing. Yeah, you swap it out with like a Valve index or a Quest or whatever. But yeah, I like how it's just that bit of metal there and it's like a grand, like, bruh. But yeah, that was it.
A long time ago, the game and worlds have adjusted to...
It may be smaller, but the heat of the screen is still impossible to sleep with.
...accommodate for people that sleep in VR. And there's even tutorials and metas for sleeping in VR.
Bro did a guide how to sleep.
Yeah, now, so if I did it today, which I definitely won't, I enjoy my routine of listening to streamers whilst I sleep, but I probably would have a very different experience. However, aside from sleep quality, what other problems could there be with sleeping in VR or VR chat? Well, if you're doing it in public worlds, aside from, you know, your body being unprotected, and VR
one headbutt into a wall and that headset is 15 pieces.
chat having the reputation of gooners, which is totally accurate, but other...
Thank you, Faye, for the 10. Is there some more lore about sleeping in VR? I want to hear it.
Faye again, sleeping VR also has a bunch negative. Lower sleep equals lower energy. This just sets in a chain of negatives. Chat sleep on time. Exercise even if it's just between loading screens or death timers. Prevent your twink death or hag era. Go to clubs Earl.
Thank you, Faye, for the 10. Yeah, I would say exercise is very important. I did a 5k today and I feel like a rotten corpse.
Otherwise, you may have to deal with some nuisances, people that come into the world to purposely wake you up. As I said before, this has been a thing for years on VR chat, probably as long as VR sleeping has existed. People that come into these worlds just to troll and get your reaction, and I must admit, it's funny to see happen, but probably annoying to experience.
Prevent your twink death or hag era. I love that, by the way. I love that.
Imagine hearing the Apple alarm blaring in your ear when you're trying to sleep would probably...
I have insomnia. Yeah, I feel insomnia is really common now. I don't have insomnia personally, but I've noticed with me it does take me like 4 hours to sleep. Like, bro, I can go to sleep at midnight and I probably won't sleep until like 5 in the morning.
Inspire some PTSD, but this problem still persists to this day. But interestingly enough, is easily countered nowadays in VR chat. Probably the easiest way to counter it is just going to a private world and not...
That's insomnia. No, insomnia is just you keep waking up, right?
Sleeping in a...
I don't wake up once I'm asleep.
Public. But then those people who love sleeping next...
You just... Oh my god, someone in chat is just mind broken. I can't sleep because I just lay there doing nothing. Are you telling me I can't scroll my phone? Wait a minute. It's over.
To their favourite anonymous cat gal that is probably a blue-collar worker.
Well, no, I don't have insomnia because I'm just an idiot. Like, I'm just on my phone constantly.
Can't get their usual social sleeping hit, but...
You do that thing, I love how social media just like rots your brain. You do that thing where like you're on your phone in bed, you close the social media app and then out of muscle memory, you just reopen it again immediately. Like just actual mental illness.
That would be the best way to counter being trolled and having your ear canal burst. But recently there is another way with things like groups now on VR chat, which we spoke about before, regarding the many ERP groups there are. God help us. But there are some of these groups for sleeping, and with said groups they can have public group instances, which are very different from normal public instances. First of all, group instances can be closed off to people only in the group, so those trolls can't join unless they are in that group or friends with someone in it, so you can sleep in relative peace with others that came to sleep as well. Also, even if it is a public group instance, compared to a normal VR chat lobby, where if somebody is being a nuisance...
I've got a psychotic aversion to sleep, because last year I convinced myself that sleep was a waste of time, whereas I could work on a video or scripts.
I've been watching you forever now. It's crazy to think that you went from jumping off a bridge in dying light, to going to slop. Anyways, love you bro, and thanks for making my life easier in such a hard time. Less than 3.
Thank you, July isn't over for the 10. I appreciate it. Thank you, Flaming, for the 5. Do you still have your rabbit? Oh, Blue, the little rabbit? Yeah, I've still got him. He's like, he's down the hallway in his little hutch. I need to show him again in a video at one point.
And you want to get rid of them, you would have to vote to kick them, which most times doesn't usually work. Group instances usually have moderators that will just straight up get rid of people. And believe me, I looked into some of these sleeping group instances, and they are very strict. They have admins that even if they hear a peep of an audio clip, they are on you like round 6 dogs, and some have rules where you can't even speak.
Okay, that was actually a good bit, I like that.
In the lobby. And obviously I found out the hard way. I've been banned from one of the group instances for hot micing in desktop. I didn't know my mic was on. But once again, even with all these new measures, it is still possible for people to troll those sleeping. But it's a lot better than what it used to be. And it's easier to find like-minded people who want to...
Did you ever have a gerbil? My sister had a gerbil that died, yeah. But their shelf life is like shorter than like MLG videos, like actually.
Sleep in VR chat. So that is VR chat sleeping. What is somewhat the benefits, the problems, and my own experience with it. And you'll never see me in this fuckboy avatar again, but I'm still not paying $500 for my own. Although it would be a good tax write-off, but I did severely underestimate how much it would be for my own avatar. I haven't got the same amount of wealth as some of these fairies that can commission these avatars. VR chat sleep.
Yeah, fairies with money is cringe, right? We should kill them all.
Is something that may be viewed as sort of weird from the outside looking in, but it's something that is relatively normal within the VR chat community itself. I mean, you even have people streaming their sleep sessions on other platforms. But honestly, if you enjoy sleeping in VR chat and see none of the disadvantages, like feeling like a walking corpse, then you keep doing you. There's no problem with it. I just hope you don't Pavlov yourself to the point where you can only sleep in VR. I'm now going to go overdose on my latest addiction, that is nasal sprays.
Okay, I hope he's joking there, by the way, because legit, like, nasal spray addiction is genuinely a huge thing. I've seen so many people that, like, they take too much nasal spray because, like, the slight euphoria they get from it and the clear sinuses to the point that their body doesn't know how to function without it. So it, like, stops producing mucus or whatever. Like, people's noses get destroyed from abusing that stuff.
But yeah, that's all I had to say.
I'm sure it was a joke, though, but still.
And bye-bye.
Okay, that was a good video. Yeah, I've watched one of his videos before, but check out the channel. Royalty is here. Very good, very nice. Well, all right, not euphoria, but you know what I mean. It's like you just get that bit of, like, clarity when your nose is, like, cleaned up and stuff. What else have we got? What else have we got? What else have we got? Okay, all right. I could probably do another one. What are we thinking? 4chan's most disgusting user? Because this kind of blew up. This channel isn't really getting... This channel's getting some big views now from this. Or do we watch the new PewDiePie video? What do you want to see, boys? What do you want to see? What do you want to see? We're kind of split. We're kind of split. Right, we'll do the 4chan video. Sure, we'll do the 4chan video. Cross the on. All right, let's give this a watch. We'll do PewDiePie afterwards. Yeah, because this video keeps coming up in my recommended. It's from this channel, Horror Highway. And this video for him absolutely banged. Like, the rest of the videos were getting like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 views. This one is being recommended to like everyone.
Have you ever driven past an exit you've never taken before? The kind that doesn't show up on your GPS. No lights, no signs, just black asphalt.
Well, I don't drive, so I can't really say I relate to that, sorry.
Vanishing into the dark. Well, that's what this story is. A dark road that leads into the mind of a 4chan user. They called him Crustanon. A man who sealed himself off inside his room for years. Stopped showering, stopped living, but decided to post on 4chan. More specifically, on R9K. If you don't know what R9K is, it's known as the Robot 9000 board. R9K was supposed to be 4chan's official relationship advice board. But nowadays, it just serves as an official, I guess, for a lack of a better term, it'd be the NEET/incel board on 4chan. And I believe Omar has already made a video on events that happened on R9K. I think it was the woman chasing video, where people from R9K would...
The guy's talking like Christopher Walken. How? There's this guy on 49R9K on 4chan.
Talk about how they chase women at night.
He was just a guy.
Anyway.
He just posting anonymously online.
Anyways, on November 12th, 2020, a 4chan user would post this on /R9K. My face went. My sister actually found my hentai corner and bottle collection. She just told my entire family about it. What the fuck do I do now? My sister entered my room when I was on the toilet. My family normally never enters my room, and after my sister told my mom and dad, they both also went into my room when I was on toilet and saw it. I feel like dying
I ran
now.
up 50 quid in donos yesterday cause I had wine after a month of sobriety. My tolerance is non-existent. I just kept donating over and over like a confused dementia patient. Anyway, here's some more money for commissions. Love from her brokest fan less than 3.
I give it the 10. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, don't donate when you're drunk. Definitely don't do that. You should check your bank account the next morning. You don't want to do that. You do not want to do that. Unless you're rich. If you're rich, it's not a problem.
Family knows what a fucking degenerate I am.
But yeah, thank you for the donors. I appreciate it.
I feel like ending myself. I can't even look into their eyes anymore. They looked at me like I'm some sort of freak. Then another user asked the OP to explain the hentai corner. The OP then explains it. I'm collecting empty bottles and piss bottles.
Oh my god, Asmon Goldroom. Bruh. I think that the thing about that room that's the worst is not all the tissues, not all the bottles. It's the film still on the microwave meal.
And also, whenever I'm done fapping to hentai, I save and collect my cum tissues and throw them in my cum pile, or hentai mountain, as I like to call it.
Okay, this is actually worse than the statue. Like, I'm allowed to judge this.
But my family was never supposed to see any of it. They looked at me like I'm mentally ill after they saw my room. I feel so fucking bad right now. I just feel like I can't look them into their eyes anymore after they know how much of a failure their son is.
Yeah, to be fair, mate, like, ready salted Pringles, not even salt and vinegar. The signs were there. The signs were always
also
there.
Adds a picture with this post, so, I mean, here's the picture. Other users on the thread responded to him with disgust, and some in amazement. Also, one asks for a timestamp. What the fuck is wrong with you, mate? I know your family thinks you're disgusting. This is sick. Gotta embrace it, man. Most men aren't brave enough to make a mountain of cum tissues and dub it hentai mountain. That's the kind of Chad behavior that should make you immune to normies shaming. Gotta embrace it. If you act like a bitch now, the whole thing seems pathetic. But if you stay strong and confident, you could turn it around and show an immense amount of inner strength.
Most men aren't brave enough, by the way.
This is a make or break moment. Your choice. Why the fuck would you do that? Throw it out. It must smell horrible and be full of insects.
He's treating this so seriously, eh? But it actually just reads like parody, all the posts.
By now. Nice LARP. Timestamp. Now. OP then tells a story as to why he does this.
Nice LARP.
To give an example, many years
calling
ago,
it bait.
I had a girl over and she accidentally drank out of one of my piss bottles thinking it was tea. She was extremely angry and disgusted, but I just laughed it off and asked how my piss tasted. Not a single bit of weakness showing through. Acted like it was completely normal for me to have a piss bottle sitting there.
Why is it explained in such detail like they're trying to get an A in an English essay?
Guess what? She completely changed tone, laughed as she drank it, and instantly became clingy and latched onto me. We were just about done before this point.
The first lies he had a girl over. That's when it all fell apart.
She wasn't very interested, and I could tell. This is why I wasn't even that afraid of what might happen. It was already pretty much over for me, but that gave me the courage.
It could be a LARP.
Chat energy.
One sign of a LARP is too much like oversharing the details. Like you've made up this story in your head.
Give a fuck. It's all about how you treat it. Be proud. Don't give a fuck. Rise above weak normies. Another user in the thread realizes that OP is German. Then OP takes another picture with a timestamp. Here's the
Bro, you put it on the mountain. Come on.
photo in case you're interested. Some anons respond to the timestamp picture with,
how does this
what is laugh? It's just live action roleplay. It just means like someone's just doing a bit, like it's, yeah, like you're laughing, you're not being serious.
not reek? Have you gotten used to the smell that you've desensitized to your own fumes?
Oh, this video? Yeah, bro, I got the Cruelty Squad Nightmare Vision goggles the entire time. It's all red.
OP, I'm requesting a room tour, please.
Then OP responds with this.
My entire room reeks of shit and cum. I've been living like that for years. I'm used to it now.
More anons join
just
the thread
so
and respond to
blunt.
the pictures with things like,
If my son was like this, I would just kick him out. You're not alone, OP. I live in absolute squander. I come in an open garbage. There's garbage in my bed, of which I haven't had my sheets changed since I got it. Every day I wake up, I am greasy for my pillows.
Oh my
I would
god.
post a pic, but I don't want to be recognized.
Oh.
OP, I have difficulties believing you live with your family with that. With that stuff. The stench must have flooded the entire fucking house already. Besides, Jesus Christ.
Bro, this guy needs to do more readings. Like his deadpan voice, it just makes it so comedic.
You get it. What kind of relationship do you have with them? How the fuck has this thing gone on for so long? That looks better than when I was at my worst. I was putting my trash into bread wrappings and stacked them in one corner whilst the piss bottles were next to them. I shat in sacks that I put in between my curtains and window so that it wouldn't stink as much.
Could you not just go to the toilet? Like, I haven't seen, but I've heard stories of people that are like such alcoholics or like so depressed that they just cannot even like get out of bed to go to the toilet. They're just pissing bottles and stuff. But you go to the effort of like wrapping it inside a bag, going to get like a bin liner, putting it in a bag, putting it behind your curtain. Like, surely that's more effort than just going to the toilet, wiping, and then flushing.
Everyone who's repulsed by this has never been a true robot.
What do you mean, Pyro viewer funnel boss, bro?
Then OP himself responds to the anon, requesting a room tour with this.
My room is extremely small. What you saw in the picture is basically my entire room already. In fact, it's so small that I can barely move in it.
Yeah, I think Dolan was telling me a story once, like when he was at uni, there was a guy that was just a complete, like, alcoholic, and he just couldn't get out of bed, so you go into his room, his dorm room, and there were just piss bottles just lined up everywhere.
Here's the photo.
Because it was, like, less effort to do that than to just go to the toilet.
So he posted along with this. Some anons keep responding to the thread with things like this.
I've reached a point in life where I don't feel disgusted by this pic, and instead feel a familiar sense of comfort.
Oh, I thought he was just going to say it was funny.
Nah, that cum tissue next to the window/sleeping area is actually just disgusting. Robot or not. I put my cum tissues into the paper bags I'd get from bakeries, which I put just next to where my head was when I slept. Didn't bother me at all. I'd also sleep with a bag of trash right next to me because I couldn't be bothered.
It's Java.
Being a disgusting pig is nothing to be proud of.
Hey Pyro, since you're looking at 4chan stuff, look up the most tile-pilled 4chan user. For whatever reason that Anon was sexually attracted to tile patterns.
Oh my god, that sounds... Fucking Jesus, the flashbang! The 4chaner... Oh, it's tile-pilled. Alright. I'm gonna save that one.
Outcast neat, with no friends, and even I clean up after myself. This is true, OP. Go ask your family for help right now. OP, I hope you live alone.
I hope you live alone.
How often does your family come to visit? Didn't you think about maybe get that shit out once a week? Or a month at the very least? Stop fapping all the goddamn time and start looking for something you want to study or create. No, I'm not talking about what others tell you to study for
Stop
college.
fapping all the goddamn
I'm asking
time.
you to find your passion and get into it. Do you like collecting bottles? Make it cleaner and nicer to look at. You like anime
It's talking about collecting bottles. I just remember all those people that were collecting bottles of Prime.
porn? So get started with drawing and make your own. You can even sell furry or whatever porn you make online if you get good enough.
As we can see, some add-ons sympathize with OP here, feeling that they're not alone, and that others are just like them. While some others genuinely try to...
People are collecting bottles of Prime? Yeah, dude, like when Prime came out, all the little kids, they were just like, they would collect the bottles and show them off and stuff. That's why there was so much hype around it at the time.
Get OP to find help, while others just say things like, to kill their family. Then,
yeah, it's like how people collect Monster as well.
Finally, one add-on says this to OP.
Hey Anon, I'm genuinely interested in the journey you took to get to this point. Mentally, that is. Or with anyone in a similar position. I feel as if I'm heading in that direction and would like to compare mindsets. I used to see piss bottles as something really disgusting, never imagining myself living in a situation like that. And then, eventually, I started doing it myself. Though my reasoning started out, and still is at this point, because I didn't feel comfortable confronting my family when I left my room. So one day, I manned up and decided to piss in one of my empty bottles. Later that night, when I was sure everyone was asleep, I emptied it out and decided to keep the bottle for future cases. It became a regular thing, pissing in that one bottle, and emptying it after a while. Though to be precise, it was like a jug, so I could actually go for a few days, filling it up. It started out with only pissing in it a little bit before emptying it out. Then
I think the only time I've ever pissed in a bottle is when I was in like a really long car trip when I was like 10, and I was with my family and there just wasn't anywhere to pull over.
To prolonging it more and more until I pretty much have to empty it. The night it becomes full. I was, and still am, disgusted by that.
If you feel like you're going in the same direction, why would you just let this happen and not sort yourself out? Like, I know I've been memeing a lot on this video, but like genuinely, some people can just get that depressed that they just don't even have the energy to sort themselves out. Like they just can't. Like they actually need like an intervention or something.
That bottle. I have many others in my room.
I mean, this is like an extreme case though, bro. Like an extreme case.
I have yet to throw away. But I wanted to only dirty one of them for this sake. Is there somewhat similar to how you started out? I believe, despite my current mindset, I could see myself eventually giving in and pissing in more of the bottles. And then maybe I'll just give up on emptying them all. After that, I could see myself slowly start to not even throw away my trash. That might then include cum rags, and before I know it, I'd be living in my own filth, just like you and many others.
Bro, when I lived in my apartment in Sweden, if I didn't clean my entire apartment from top to bottom every 2 days, I would actually just get so depressed I couldn't do anything. I could never reach this state. I physically cannot work unless I'm in like a clean environment. I don't even think like it's an OCD thing. I think it's just like a mindset thing. I don't think I've got OCD like at all. But like yeah, like I need everything to be clean to just like function. Like I could never do something like that.
Compared to the mindset of people like this, do you think I really am headed in that direction?
Then the OP
You've got OCD because you want to clean your room. Yeah, exactly. Fair point.
Responds to him with this.
OP here. My life is currently not heading in any direction, and it seems like that's not changing anytime soon. That's why I stopped caring about most things, and just do nothing at all, due to lacking motivation and...
I mean, keep in mind, I'm not perfect, right? Like, sometimes I will, like, just leave shit everywhere. But I feel that's kind of more like an ADHD thing, where it's like, you do everything in, like, a short burst of energy, or you just don't do anything. You see all this stuff to clean up, and then you get, you know, overwhelmed. But I think if you just deal with little things at a time, if you get out your own head thinking that you have to do everything, if you just chip away and do little things, it's like, okay, I've got to dust everywhere, hoover the floors, wash all the clothes, put them out to dry, like do all the dishes. If you just like wash the clothes and then do the dishes, that's still like a dub. Like you've still cleaned part of it. Or you could just be like XQC and get it made. Actually, I might do that in Australia.
Missing goals in my life. Why would I clean my room and waste my already last bit of non-existent energy on it?
Unironically, how does
Long
your
story
average cokehead and crack addict live better than your average neat robot?
Thank you, Rise, for the 10. Are you speaking from experience there?
In the end.
How often do you wash dishes with your hands? I don't have a dishwasher. Well, when I was in Sweden, I just did it all by hand. I like washing dishes and stuff. It's like really therapeutic.
It's mostly my depression.
Hoovering as well.
State of mind.
Ironing can go fuck itself, though. I hate ironing so much, man.
That's hindering me to clean my room / get my life together. You can't get motivated to do anything if you have no future to look forward to.
And this is basically where the thread ends. We get a look into the life of one robot, and how many other robots say that they empathize with him, and are in very similar situations. But this isn't where the story ends.
This is the duality of my fan base. One guy's saying, I hate washing dishes, everything else is alright, and the guy right below him just said, I love Coke.
Because on February 15th, 2021, that same Anon comes back with this.
Uh-oh.
The last time I showered was at the end of 2019. Ask me anything.
Then, another Anon responds to him with...
Bruh. I think people that shower twice a day, I think that's overkill. Unless you're in somewhere really disgusting and hot like California. I don't think you need to shower twice a day. I've always seen that as a cope.
As well as a warning, the blatant lying, degrading of others and theme selves. As a passing trans person, I still had these people yell at me, follow me into toilets screaming 4chan in real life. Video would be better, but the filter sounds like a fake e-boy Russian.
Thank you, Faye, for the 10. I like the guy's voice. I like the way he reads stuff. It's so deadpan, it just makes everything comedic.
How does your skin look?
Yeah, honestly, dude, I just think if you shower every 2 days, that's fine. You don't even need to shower every day. You know, like, for example, if I work out or something, yeah, then I'll shower, sure. But if I'm just, like, sat here, AC on, it's fine. Like, I think every 2 days. More than that, okay, that's a concern. But, like, 2 days, I'd say, is the limit.
No lies. We are all Anons here.
Every week? Oh, no, you're pushing it a bit there. No, I think you're pushing it a bit. I don't know about that one.
I have a second layer of...
Do I do a cold shower? If I had TikTok on my phone, I'd probably do a cold shower, because that's all I got fucking recommended.
Above my actual skin. You can peel / scratch it off, though.
Do you take baths? Probably once every 2 weeks. Baths are kind of disgusting, though, because you're just sat. You almost need to shower before you have a bath, because you're just kind of marinating in your own filth.
But it will take ages, and it's disgusting.
Then he responds with...
Do you generally not move around a lot? I've only showered once every 6 months since about mid-2019. But the smell doesn't even seem to get that bad. Probably because I'm mostly sedentary.
I don't even think it's funny. I think it's just sad. Like, you know, if you can't shower unless every 6 months because you just don't have the motivation to, like, that is deep depression. That's like that's like melancholia. That's like catatonic depression.
Do you get itchy or feel uncomfortable? And I guess the most obvious question is...
Holy moly,
why?
Pyro, your video's been having some big hunkers. Huge dunkers. Amazing bunkers. Good to know those commissions are going somewhere useful.
Thank you, Steph, for the 10. Thank you.
Then OP responds with this.
I haven't really left my apartment after started.
Why'd you use the critical voice?
And no, it's not itchy. Also, I stopped showering when I stopped leaving my house. Because once you don't interact with people anymore, there's no reason to wash yourself at all.
He also makes another post with a picture of his stomach.
See, this is why when we watch the VR chat video, I don't have a problem with people socializing on VR chat, because some people genuinely, they just can't, like, I don't know whether it's like agoraphobia or something, but some people actually just cannot function outside, and they need that. They still want to have a social connection. So I think that's totally valid.
Showing us how dirty his skin is.
Pig related.
Oh my god, bro. It looks necrotic. What?
Another Anon asks OP.
Is there a reason why you don't shower?
OP tells him why he doesn't shower.
I don't leave my apartment ever. Why should I shower? I have given up on my life anyways. It just feels like a waste of energy.
This is the kind of depression that you don't see a future or positive thing for yourself, so why would you even bother taking care of yourself? Yeah, I mean, he basically said that in the post.
Resources to me.
Someone else asks OP.
What could have gone this wrong in life to not even care about basic self-care like showering. I'm really curious, Anon. Pretty much everything. I have no one but myself.
Pub son or female neat daughter?
Cokehead pub son, without a doubt.
It's been like that for almost 10 years now.
British. Britain.
Another Anon asks him if playing video games and watching anime isn't a waste of energy and resources, and OP just says that it's all he can do. Someone tells him to just go take a shower, and that he will feel much better afterwards. OP responds with,
"It's been too long, and I got used to not showering. At this point, it's way too hard for me to go back. Also, I'm not leaving my house anyway, or interacting with any people, and I don't smell myself, so I don't have any drawbacks from not showering."
By now, someone on the thread officially dubs him as
Why are we watching Reddit horror? Yeah, it's exactly what we're watching.
Crust Anon, and asks him how he's able to live like that. Not as in mentally, but physically.
How do you sustain yourself, Crust Anon? Neat bucks?
Neat bucks.
It's your father. Don't spread misinformation to your fans. I can smell your room from down the hallway.
No, you
haven't
can't.
heard the shower run since you returned from Sweden.
I shower every 1 to 2 days, Dad. Thank you. Thank you. Also, what are you giving me $10 for? Idiot.
You own your own house.
Go back to prison.
More Anons on the thread are telling Crust Anon to clean himself up and to clean his room since it'll help with his mental health. Crust Anon now responds to the Anon asking him how he survives.
Yeah, I'm receiving neat bucks. Also, I'm living in a cheap, commie block apartment in East Germany, Berlin. Poorest part of this country.
Dude, yeah, I remember going to East Berlin. It is actually just the ghetto. It is the slums.
So I just ordered...
It's actually crazy, like, the difference between West and East there. It's mental. Like, I know the reason why, obviously. Like, I saw the wall and stuff, but it's crazy.
Food for cheap.
Like, East is just like City 17.
From my local supermarket. And don't actually leave my home. Also, it's not just me not showering. I pretty much stopped doing anything at all. For example, cleaning my room.
Is this a new game for the Virtual Boy?
I don't remember Nintendo making any psychological horrors. Thanks to the 10, Bob Ross.
I'm ready to die at this point, and just waiting for the right to end.
I don't know if I should be surprised or not. Crust Anon has been clear that he's given up, and now even says that he's waiting for him to pass. He also uses the first picture from the original thread here.
This is completely not relevant, by the way. I just wanted to bring this up. One thing that I've noticed. Obviously, I'm getting loads of donations on this stream, which I really appreciate. And I'm getting loads of Twitch subs as well. I'm getting, like, no one joining as a member anymore on YouTube. And I think that's entirely YouTube's fault. I've noticed this with Critical as well, when he streams. Because what they've done is, like, if you guys have seen... I don't know if it's happened for you guys as well, or it's an update that they've rolled out to everyone yet. But if you go below, if any of you are subscribed, there was a join button next to it.
For Pyro get a commission of Crust Anon letting out a big stinky fart.
Too skinny. Thank you, reached the 10. But, like, what they've done is now, in this really bizarre move, they've removed the join feature, and they've got subscribe plus. So you need to click on the subscribe button again, but you only do that when you want to unsubscribe to someone. It's such a stupid, like, system they have. No, I'm not even, like, trying to indirectly ask people to, you know, to join as members and stuff, but, like, it's just such a stupid feature.
Which causes some confusion on this thread. And we know that it's the same guy, but, like, people on the thread now...
He was begging? No, I was begging, yeah. You called me out.
Don't know it. He'll clear it up, though.
Yes. This picture is months old, though. It's looking much worse now.
Uh-oh.
After some Anons just talk about the situation, someone finally asks him for a story time on how he ended up like this.
Eternal Darkness, didn't Nintendo make that? No, that was made by... really good game company. Nintendo published it. They didn't make it. Silicon Knights? Yeah, Silicon Knights. There we go. The peak. The peak. I need to actually play that game, man.
Crust Anon responds to him by saying,
2019. the year I stopped showering.
Oh, you guys still have the join button? Oh, okay. It's over then.
Was the year I stopped doing therapy because I did it for years and it wasn't helping. I have been to many different therapists for years due to me living in a teenage psych ward and a therapeutic commune for years after that. I left the teenage psych ward in 2015 when I was 15 because I couldn't handle it anymore and went into the therapeutic.
Thank you, Xmon, for joining. It worked! It worked! The bait worked. We got a new member. It worked.
Commune for 2 years until 2017.
$2 goes straight to my bank account. I win.
They eventually had to kick me out due to my mental health not improving at all and actually getting worse. Started not leaving my room anymore for 2 months, so they had to kick me out. After that, I moved into my current apartment with my old grandma and started not leaving my home anymore due to depression. But I still had some social connections at that time, so I was still showering and stuff. Eventually, at the end of 2019, I lost all of my connections due to my social anxiety and crippling depression, so I decided to just not leave my house anymore, which then led to me also ignoring my hygiene. After that,
damn,
it has only been getting worse up until now. The therapeutic commune in 2017 was the last time I had social contacts and friends, so it's been years of me being alone in my room. I can't
Thank you, Kama, for joining. Someone else fell off the bait award. Let's go. Let's go.
Even function in a society.
There are actual features, by the way, like Discord access and stuff.
Anymore.
You get to talk with all the rich people.
Also, it all started with me dropping out of school at 12, because that's when my depression started. I'm 21 now, so I've been living this fucked up life for almost 10 years now.
Thank you, EWJ, for joining. The pay piggies are coming in.
And asks him if he still lives with his...
Yeah, back on track, though. That is one of the worst cases of depression I've seen. Like, I genuinely feel bad for him. Genuinely. Especially that he said he was, like, in and out of psych wards as a kid as well.
Grandma. Crestanon just says this.
She thinks it's really bad and says stuff like, "It can't go on like this forever. You have to do something." But she eventually stopped caring at some point, when she realized I'm not gonna change. It's been years like this, after all, and she can only ask so much.
In that same response, Crestanon also responded to another user that asked him if the psych ward made his mental health worse.
Oh, dude, Coke Zero is so ass, man. Like, how can you say that that is better than Pepsi Max? It just tastes like water. Like still water. That's grim.
I don't think it made...
I'm like reverse Asmongold, man.
...it worse. But I didn't have a good time during these years. I was basically forced to live with many other teenagers together when I was a social outcast. That's why I just wanted to leave and live on my own. I didn't really interact much with the other kids. After I left the psych ward / therapeutic commune, my mental health was just as bad as before I entered. I do believe that therapy doesn't help at all if you are too deep down the rabbit hole, though. At least that's what it felt like to me. Wasted years with therapy for nothing. At least I tried.
Someone asks him if he has any friends, and he just says that he doesn't. After this, another Anon tells Crestanon that if he needs someone to talk to, that they're here, and offer him his throwaway cake. Some also ask if anyone ever comments on his smell, and Crestanon just says that his mom and grandma do. And Crestanon just says that his mom and grandma say that he smells weird sometimes, and that he only uses deodorant when he's about to interact with someone. He also says that his family is the only people who have ever seen him in this state, but they have been dealing with his mental issues all his life.
Yeah, it's good he's still got contact with the mom, I guess, like checking up on him and stuff.
So they don't say much nowadays. And then another user just offers Crestanon some help.
Greetings. I'll keep it in English, so people will understand. I'm living relatively close to you, and if you want, I'll help you fix in your apartment. No questions asked. I've been exactly there and would help you out without judgment. Some Anons made a similar post, but I'm well within reach.
Crestanon responds to him.
What was with Moist Charlie Critical talking about your humongous pond honkers? Anyway,
what is pond honkers? Yo, Steph, thank you for the 100, man. I appreciate that. W's in chat for Steph. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. That's insane. That is definitely a typo, and you're going to email me panicking in 10 minutes.
No, I want to be alone. Even if you came here and
What are pond honkers, though? I don't know what that means.
about my shit, it wouldn't fix my core problems.
Is that another fat jerk or something?
And trash would just accumulate again at some point. Thanks for the offer, though.
But then the Anon also offers him to go outside with him.
How many more donos till we get the statue squat? I said $1,000. I said $1,000. I'm not doing that unless I get $1,000.
Well, we could also go outside, to a place devoid of people, and Kanakin afterwards. To get you back on track. I would even visit every 2 weeks or so. I can't emphasize enough on how much life can change over the span of a few weeks, if you stick to it.
Yeah, genuinely, to like anyone that's watching this stream and you're like mad depressed, which is probably half of you to be fair. Honestly, like even just going out on like a small walk or something, even if it like... I saw this one thing that was really interesting online. It was talking about a spoon theory, where it's like, let's say you wake up in the day and you've got 10 spoons. That basically represents your energy. Some people getting out of bed, doing their teeth, showering is like 1 spoon. And then other people just getting out of bed is like 5 spoons. They've like used half their energy just to get out of bed. Like if you can conserve just a little bit of energy to be able to just, you know, get out the house and go on a walk, even if you live in a shithole or it's raining, it's just like a 10-minute walk. Something that's like, if that's basically you giving your brain a new experience that you're not used to, you'll get like so much dopamine from that. And then hopefully over time, you'll be able to use less and less spoons to be able to do like the basic necessity stuff.
Anon then responds to someone asking him about his hair.
At no point did I say alcohol, idiot.
And he responds that it is long, unkept, greasy, hard and crusty. And another Anon responds.
TLDR, touch grass. Okay, that is what I said. That is what I said, but I tried to make it sound like really cool and scientific, okay?
Hard and crusty? Jesus Christ, lol. In all seriousness, though, I agree with what the other Anons are saying. Make small steps in the right direction. Clean part of your
Watching
room,
you uses
take
10 of my
showers,
spoons.
stuff like that. The beginning is always the hardest, since you're getting the momentum rolling. Once you actually start making the right steps, though, you'll want to keep going. And even though you're just taking 1 small step a day, in a year or 2, you'll realize you're in a situation that you couldn't even have dreamed of before.
Why spoons? I don't know, bro. It's a TikTok that I stole. I'm just regurgitating it.
Crustanon does not respond for a while. But users are telling him to go shower, get help, and that he can get better. While some do encourage him, some do ask him to post pictures of his body, and especially his private parts. The one that stood out to me the most was another Anon saying that it's okay, and that his roommate
Oh, that
found
wasn't a typo. I
with a
just
picture of the
support those
supposed
bongos, I mean your
Here it is.
personality.
Thank you, Steph, for the 10. Appreciate it. That's a lot of money you gave, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just the thing that stood out to me the most. Besides, Crustanon himself. Also, like I said earlier, people think that Crustanon is lying because of the picture he posted that was used in the previous thread. But he explains it that happened a while ago, and that he's the same person, and he posts this.
Pick related. It's me right now. You can see my dirty, crusty skin on my tummy, so you know I'm not LARPing.
Bruh.
Then Crustanon posts a picture of his crust, saying this.
By the way, I made a close-up picture of my skin, if anyone cares.
That's like... Bro, I got cordyceps. That actually looks a bit like eczema.
Anons on the thread are obviously disgusted. And then Crustanon responds to the person asking for a timestamp with a picture of a timestamp on his cum mountain. Here's the photo. Then he makes another post talking about how he doesn't clean up his cum mountain because he's afraid of insects living in his cum mountain.
Thank you, Irby, for the raid.
And,
appreciate it.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me because he already sleeps next to it.
Why is he trying to garner attention when he's so depressed and ready to die? Clearly still wants to save himself in some way. I think it's the way your brain works, right? Where it's like, I mean, I could shower, I could, clean my room, but that's not my routine that my brain has been trained. My brain has been trained to just post, like, all day. So I'm going to keep doing that. Like, it's so much easier for him to do that.
His head is literally next to the cum mountain as he sleeps. So, obviously, it's just an excuse for him not to clean up.
Thanks for
Also,
taking
one of
my
the
money.
reasons-
I hope it makes your bank account big and round. Say that again, GIF.
Thank you, Adam, for the 10. I appreciate it.
Why I'm not cleaning this mess.
My bank account is so big and inflated.
It's because I'm kind of scared that there might be insects inside it. And I'm extremely scared of insects.
He then responds to someone asking him to see his hair with a picture of his hair.
I have the greasiest, most disgusting fucking hair you can imagine.
The first use of the spoons bit was to refer to chronic illnesses. It was on a blog post of someone speaking to their friend over brunch, using the spoons they were eating to help visualize how their energy was split up. Paraphrasing, of course, but I remember reading it a few days ago. Oh, so it was used in a blog post and then a TikToker stole it? That makes sense.
Pig related.
Oh, man.
He answers more questions and responds to them with things he's already mentioned before, like covering the smell with deodorant. And he claims
Yeah, I
that
paused
he
at a
sprays
rough
Axe
time there.
to cover it. He also says that he's just waiting to pass. He also claims that he got molested when he was younger, and thinks that that might be a reason as to why he does not shower. They can't touch me down there if it's rotten.
Damn.
I just put on a head to hide the crusts, and use some Axe body spray to cover the smell. They don't come that often anyways. Not like I care much.
Dude, this started off being funny, but now this is just actually really sad.
They never were there for me on occasions. Even molested me. I think that's another reason why I never really took care of my hygiene. Can't touch me down there if it's rotten. I'm pretty much just waiting for the ride to end, or for someone to get Kinty's ITT.
Then Crustanon scratches the dead skin layer off of his stomach, posting...
Oh, nah. It's building up. It's building up in the belly. Ugh. No.
Crustanon says
Sorry,
this.
bro. I can't. Thank you, Weber, for the prime.
I can barely function on my own. I can't help her with anything. Actually, she is the one who keeps buying groceries for me.
Yeah, I had to skip that,
I
bro.
don't feel like ordering online. Also, there's dead skin in, I don't know. Corner of my room is the same place where I had my piss bottles.
He then posts a picture of a hidden piss bottle by his bed. Someone ends up posting a picture of Crustanon's crust on Reddit. I'm just making a mention of it here because, you know, it might get confusing because it was on the same day of this post. But that was another anon showing Reddit what was going on, you know? Someone asks Crustanon to put crust on his food and use it as seasoning.
Yeah.
And Crustanon says that he'll put it on apple cake and eat it.
Scrape a little crust onto whatever food you got delivered as seasoning. Should I put it on my apple cake and eat it?
After a while,
please don't show the picture.
Other Anons posting on the thread, Crustanon finally returns with his concoction and posts a picture of both the creation and in his mouth. Here's the photos.
I can see the photo. Thank you.
Crustanon is going more bold as the thread goes on. I want to pause here and give another content warning. Crustanon will be posting 2 pictures of his private parts. I obviously won't be showing it in the video, but it is disgusting. Yeah, more Anons on the thread ask Crustanon to post his private part.
Dude, have I got to like skim through this video now to make sure?
His private part, both on soft and hard. Sorry. Anons on the thread wonder why it looks like that and ask him to pull his foreskin back. He explains how
someone in chat is really bringing up Pyro Christmas dinner right now. Like that is even comparable.
Mm-hmm.
He has phimosis, which is when the skin covering the head is too tight and can't be pulled back without it hurting. Someone asks Crustanon if he faps, and he responds with this.
My dick smells so strong that you can smell it throughout my entire room, if you are inside of it. Like I said before, it's like some sort of dead fish. Also, I fap about twice a day.
Imagine the Instagram
Then,
comments.
after a while, with more Anons pleading for him to get help, Crustanon posts...
Post this on IG Reels.
OP here. See y'all all in 2022. When I went another year without showering, and I make it a new thread. I appreciate the effort, Anon, but I'm a fucking failure and a loser through and through. My life will only get worse. I can't do anything alone anymore.
Only twice? It's not as bad as I thought. Yeah, I actually thought it'd be like we'd be going into like double digits or something.
Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the thread. He did mention that he would come back a year later on his last post, but I tried searching for it and there was never a follow-up like he claimed. I did find people asking for an update, but nothing ever came from those. But nothing ever came up from those. And I do hope that he got some help after he posted this thread.
Oh, that's a really old thread as well. It's like 21.
Living like Asmon Gold here, you know? I do want to add this to the video now, because as of late, I say as of late, but like pretty much very late 2024 and pretty much the whole of 2025, there's been a bunch of memes of not getting a job, not showering, staying home, etc. You know, pretty much what Crustanon is going through here. Yeah, those are obviously jokes, but I guess this is very clearly someone living that reality. I hope he got help. I hope he's doing better now. I hope he was able to take care of his grandma, or still is. Yeah. I hope that didn't sound
Hello,
weird.
Pyro Fat. Back to the topic
Pyro
of VR.
Fat.
There is an amazing
Pyro
side
Fat.
to it. I play a game called Rumble where you do VR earthbending, and there is a good video by the channel Shoeless called The Unintended Complexity of a VR Fighting Game. The editing is great.
Thank you, Niche, for the 10. Yeah, there's some good stuff in VR chat, I'm sure. It can't all be bad.
Any bad way.
People in chat seem to know what that is. Rumble.
Sorry it took a while to upload this. I did do a face recording of this. This is my second time recording it, or like a master recording of it. I just didn't like the audio, so I just thought I'd redo it. I do want to make a custom mask for Horror Highway to be able to, you know, not use my full face, but still be able to use my glasses properly and not have the mask muffle my voice. So yeah,
Could just like buy a balaclava, surely.
I guess that's, you know, next time I do a face video, it'll be with that mask.
Yeah, that was grim. It was like, it started off funny, then it got sad, then it got funny again, then it just became absolutely disgusting. Okay, watching this PewDiePie video is actually going to be such a tonal shift. All right. PewDiePie video. I am done with Google. He might be done with Google, guys. Now, PewDiePie, if you may have noticed, only uploads when he's got a sponsor lined up. It's very obvious. It's only when he has a sponsor lined up. Like, for example, this sponsor was Incogni. And then he's probably got a sponsor for this one as well. Data plans, yep. My goat. He only comes out of retirement when there's money involved.
Maybe you're wondering, why is he wearing that cool hat?
It's because the tech overlords are listening.
Now I can finally say...
PewDiePie's running out of money. He might actually be. He might actually be.
Google schmoogle. What are you gonna do, Google? You're completely powerless now. What's that? Google owns YouTube?
PewDiePie has wrinkles. Oh, he's getting old. Bring back when he played Slender Man and SCP. Containment breach, please.
I would Google that, but I literally can't. What are they gonna do? Censor this video? Demonetize it? Bury it under the algorithm so no one can find it? You're completely powerless, Google. You got nothing on me. So the past couple of weeks, I've completely de-Googled. I don't use any of Google's so-called free...
He aged really well. Like, PewDiePie always looked good, though. Always. Like, he's got the jawline and everything.
Pyro Fat huge donker honker bonkers.
Thank you, Steph, for the 10. Appreciate it.
Free services. Except YouTube. I literally can't escape. It's surprisingly hot to wear a tinfoil hat. I don't know if you guys knew this. Well, you never worn a tinfoil hat before? Now, this all started...
He still looks good. No, he still looks great.
Because of privacy concerns. Being tracked with it, literally everything I do just feels kind of odd. Mainly because I wanted to also regain control over my software. And not to be at mercy of what the tech overlords decide to do just one day. But most importantly, I don't want to pay $20 a year for 100 gigabyte storage.
Yeah, Google OneDrive is actually the biggest scam imaginable, dude. Like, I had to buy like a 2 terabyte one for doing main channel videos, like uploading all that Fear and Hunger footage. Bruh.
Not happening! I realized since swapping to Linux, my life has just been going upwards. I'm practically ascending next step. But I realized there's always an open source alternative, and a lot of times they're better. They just don't have $1 billion budget to market themselves. So I went down the de-Google rabbit hole, and I want to share what I learned, because by the end of this, once you know what I know, bro, you're gonna want one of these cool hats as well. So let's go through the de-Googleization. I want to be honest and share what I think you should absolutely change, and maybe what was more hassle than worth. Number 1, your search engine. Change your search engine right now. You can
Average millionaire when they get bored. Don't use Google.
Do it now while I keep yapping. Just go to your browser settings, find the search default browser, and change it to DuckDuckGo. It's a search engine that doesn't track what you do. It just works. Boom. Maybe you prefer everything you do online to be tracked and logged. I don't know. Maybe you're in that ballpark. I think just most people are either oblivious or lazy. So I'm telling you now, don't be lazy. Number 2, your browser. When I told you to change your default search engine, you did not just do that inside of Google Chrome, did you? Say it ain't so. There are way better browsers out there. I use Firefox. It's kind of B tier, but you can log.
What are the goats? Notice how all the goats are furry ones, by the way. What the hell is mulch? There's a browser called mulch. Not ideal for a normal human. Is that onion? That's Tor, I think. Ungoogled. Solid. Firefox. DuckDuckGo. Oh, Firefox hardened.
Lock it down into S tier. A lot of people swear by Brave browser. I never tried it. My point is, this is super easy to change, and
Opera at the bottom. Where is it actually?
by Brave browser, I never beat.
Where's Opera? Bruh. It's over. Bruh, did he get sponsored by them at one point as well? The backstab needs to be documented.
Tier, but you can.
You got that? I love that though. YouTubers will like shill a sponsor. And then as soon as they're done, it's like, yeah, it sucks.
Lock it down into S tier. A lot of people swear by Brave browser. I never tried it. My point is, this is super easy to change. And have you ever thought why browsers are free to begin with? Why is Microsoft so... Why do they want you to use their browser so goddamn badly, you know? Why do they all make it free for you? Could it be because they track everything you do online and sell or trade your data? What?
I mean, yeah, using incognito mode doesn't protect you from being tracked. It's literally just like your search history isn't saved on the computer. That's it.
What do you mean? They don't make this out of the goodness in their heart? You telling me Google isn't just $1 trillion charity? What? I found online that in 2023, Google paid Apple to be their default search browser in Safari. Guess how much? 20 billion. Jesus Christ.
Damn.
They definitely want you to use Google, so just don't. It will take you 2 minutes.
Wanting to pay for a browser is cucked. Yeah, but like at the same time, browsers are free because they collect all your data. That's why most stuff is free.
Go do it. Number 3, the third.
I would rather pay like $20 for a browser, like one-time fee, and then just complete privacy.
Thing I changed, like many of you, I've been using Google Mail for years and years and years. And apparently up until 2017, that's when they stopped scanning your emails to serve you ads. So now Gmail is a little less creepy, you know, but if you think about it, it is probably the most invasive service that they run. Like, and there are free alternatives out there, like Proton. I haven't tried it out.
I just have 5 Nights at Freddy's gameplay. It's time to play that game, Pyro Cynical. Time to man up.
I will play FNAF 1 one day. Thank you, Birmingham, for the 10.
Just send this bitch and get my own email. I paid a small fee.
99% of people don't care if they take data. Yeah, most people don't care.
It was fiddly as hell. But at least people won't think I'm...
But then there's some people that appreciate like complete privacy and stuff.
Poor and have like Google Schmoogle in my ad domain. Number 4. With me de-Googling lately, I realize it's time for me to de something else. I don't want to say the joke. Anyway, I started working with G Fuel 6 years ago. G Fuel sponsor!
You are the last YouTuber to work with G Fuel, by the way.
We created the greatest flavor of all time, G Fuel Lingonberry.
Lingonberry is out and it's really, really good. Honestly, I'm so proud of this flavor.
Yuzu Slash. Legendary moment. Yuzu Slash, baby. Sour green PewDiePie. So many great memories.
Why is it like he died or something?
So many great slurps. So many great memes. But it's finally time to retire this guy. Sayonara, Jifu-san. Because we're introducing a new tub! And t-shirt! Same energy, new armor.
Very happy for you, not buying it though.
Get the collector's box. You get the t-shirt and the new tub. You don't want to be tubless. This
Bro has 2 ads in this video. How does he do it? A 20-minute video and you got 2 ads. Is this a podcast?
I have a Google phone. God damn it. Everything is Google. It's crazy. I didn't realize this is how deep I've been swept into this ecosystem without realizing it. My goddamn TV is Google. I thought it was a Sony TV. You know, open up, it's like Google TV. How did that happen? I don't know about you, but I feel like I'm supposed to be enamored by the phone, how amazing it is with its incredible hardware and how powerful it is. But if it's so great, then why do I feel like I'm the product? Huh? I hate my phone. Notifications just feel like they're there to suck me in, not to tell me anything useful. All these apps and features. I feel like my attention span is just getting mushed the more I use my phone. I hate it. It's just one big giant distraction device. So I have a Pixel 9 and it is a good phone and I already own it. So instead of switching it out to like a dumb phone or something like that I know a lot of people do, I want to install a custom OS on it. There was a lot of them to choose from, but I opted for Graphene. Graphene.
He made his own OS just to avoid making Minecraft videos. That is crazy.
Mainly because it felt like the biggest point the finger to Google, you know? It's an operating system focused on privacy and security. Apparently so much so that even Edward Cullen uses it. Did I get that right? I would Google it, but I can't. But here's the thing, okay? For some reason, I feel like I'm the crazy one.
Thank you, Reese, for the 35 months. Damn. How am I doing? I'm good, thank you.
What?
Hope you're doing well.
Why do you want to Google
Temple OS works...
so bad, huh? What do you got to hide, huh? This guy got graphene on his phone. What's up with that? I feel a little judged, okay? But after using graphene, I realize, no, this is how it should be.
It's true that these services are free because they collect data. Firefox isn't exactly better than Chrome either because it still uses telemetry and a lot of the things Chrome does too. Consider using LibreWolf instead.
LibreWolf. Is that the furry one? Is that the one they put in the goat? Yeah, that's the furry one. It's an open source fork of Firefox. Are any search engines completely secure? I reckon they're not. There's always got to be like something that they get out of it.
How much do you play Five Nights at Freddy's 1 after this reaction video? Today is the day.
$10,000. $10,000 and I play FNAF 1.
There's a few features on Graphene that I really like, and these are just...
Thank you, Birmingham, for the 10.
To name a few. Especially with security, I really like how they amped it up, but the fact that I close an app on Graphene and it closes the app. Crazy.
Yeah, it never closes, right? It always just runs in the background when you actually close an app.
A lot of times on your phone, if you think you've closed an app, but in reality, running in the background and still tracking whatever it is they want to, Graphene, nuke that shit. It's gone. Such a crazy concept, right? I'm the crazy one. Number 2, I control exactly what the app has access to. You can use file or storage scopes, I think it's called. And if I want to give an app access to a certain type of files, I pick which folder. Not the entire device, as it should be. Not some vague little pop-up going like, hey, do you want to...
My grandfather watches your content and I'm 26. Base granddad, tell him I said hi.
Give them access to this? No. Complete control. Number 3, whenever you install an app on Graphene, it asks you before installing it, hey, do you want to give this app access to your internet? Because a lot of times the answer is, heck no. Not happening. I realized I was trying desperately to find a keyboard that has Japanese, Swedish, and English. I really...
His granddad is 27.
Like the Swift kind of typing, you know? I just couldn't find an open source alternative and I was like, what do I do? And then I realized the alternative is Microsoft or Google, okay? And I realized the keyboard that they offer is connected to the internet. Why? Why? Imagine you bought a physical keyboard and it was secretly connected to the internet, sending big tech everything you type. We're not doing anything weird, just trust us, bro. It's so messed up. On Graphene, I still have the option, and if I want to take a Google app, I can starve it, put it in one of those. I still don't like that I use a Google app, but
it feels like a multi-layered ad. No, I looked at the description. The ad is for like a data plan. It's nothing to do with what he's shilling.
No, actually, it's good. Google is at my mercy for once. Feels good. Another feature that I think is kind of obvious and most people would appreciate. But there was a fourth hidden feature on Graphene that I love. That it is not a feature, but for me, it ended up being one. Like I talked about in the beginning, it feels a lot of times when I use a phone.
Fun fact, someone took a TBH clip of you, Dolan, and the old man, claiming y'all hate Hassan and align with alt-right creators, Asman, Sneeko, Tobuscus, Ect, on the Socialist Gaming subreddit. It's so funny cause her entire fanbase is furries and trans women.
My entire fanbase is furries and trans women. Yeah, you're probably half right, actually. I think I know the clip you're on about as well, and it's funny because OP got absolutely roasted in the comments. They were like, Pyro said nothing here, like you're just so obviously trying to start something. Yeah, that was actually a backfire Reddit moment. Unlucky.
Such a distraction. There are some apps that you probably have to use. Maybe it's for work or because of friends and you want to connect. Whatever, you're gonna have to use certain apps that you don't really want to use. So I decided to put all those apps, and you can do this as well actually, on a different profile. The good thing about Graphene is that on a different profile, all these apps are contained in that profile. They can't connect to anything else on my phone or run in the background or anything like that. That's what's great about Graphene, and that's why, to me, it felt like a good solution with all the apps that I don't want to use.
My name is Grandad and my lifelong dream is for you to play Five Nights at Freddy's 1. Please, you wouldn't disappoint me now, will you?
Grandad, hello. Thank you for the $10. Sadly, that is not $10,000, so I cannot play Five Nights at Freddy's 1.
But what this ended up doing was that, okay, now I need to use this app that I don't like to use. It feels intentional going there. I don't even see these apps when I use my phone on a regular basis. And it made it so that my phone starts feeling like it's serving me again, like an actual useful tool that it supposedly is, right? So yeah, huge fan.
I like when you reach that point of PewDiePie where you're basically semi-retired. It's like you make models of mecha and then you make your own OS because there's just nothing else to do.
I'm so glad I swapped out.
Like, I know that sounds like a snide thing, but it's kind of genius, like how he's able to explore other things that he wants to do, because obviously he's raising a kid, he's married, but like he's not on that YouTube grind anymore. So he's like, you know, it's really funny because when a lot of YouTubers quit, they kind of just wake up and they think, what do I actually do now? I'm not Google's bitch boy. I don't know. I'm gonna smoke some Fent.
It's probably the best thing I did so far, but it gets better.
Well, no, he didn't make it. He customized it to his own, yeah.
Okay, I had to ride this couple weeks. I tell you what. Is it 6?
No, he's customizing the app. He's customizing the app. He didn't make the app.
6 or 5. I don't. Fuck, I lost count. Anyway, password managers.
Dementia.
What do you mean password 123 isn't gonna cut it? I hate password managers. Why? Because they cost 67 pounds. Chose a 5 kilobyte size document? I don't think so. There's whole videos of me just doxing
I don't know why people use password managers, because you always hear that they get hacked.
myself for being cheap. It's not
just like, you know what the worst thing is? I remember Quebblecop telling me this. Just get all your passwords on like a sheet of paper. There you go. Easy.
happening.
Like an actual sheet of paper.
I'm not paying that. I almost had a heart attack when I found out. I'm paying what? But you need a password manager. That's just the reality of today. I thought I was so smart. I was like, okay, fine. I don't need to do this. I'm running Linux. I downloaded a backup. I made it into an HTML and then I encrypted it. And then I had an alias, so I unencrypt it when I need to use it and then quickly encrypt it. Is it unencrypt or decrypt? It doesn't matter. Bada bing, bada boom, I saved myself 67 pounds. If I live for, I don't know, 30, 40...
Who is doing all that though, bro? Come on, who is doing all that?
50 years? That's like, I saved myself a lot of money. Multimillionaire is a cheap ass. .mp4, that's what I should call this. But then I realized, I need this file on other devices.
I remember seeing this video, like Pirate Software trying to explain how he's shown his password on stream and it's just a picture of like Family Guy or something. And apparently that activated his brain to know the password. It's like, what?
I need it on my phone and my laptop. And what if I go abroad? And that's when I discovered Glorious SH. Self-hosting. I can just host this on another device. I feel like ever since I did my Linux video, so many comments have been like, just wait until it discovers self-hosting. It's gonna be game over. And yet you were right, okay? What? I started off on a Raspberry Pi 5. This thing is relatively cheap. It's got Ethernet, it runs on low power, and it's...
Whenever I hear someone mention Raspberry Pi, I know for a fact they have Linux, and they will not shut up about it on Reddit.
Powerful for its size. Can do more than enough for what I wanted to do. I found an open source alternative, which is Vault Warden. You can host your own password manager, basically. The problem was, I have no clue what the heck I'm doing. What is a reverse proxy? What do you mean I can't just put my IP address in my browser and be done with it? Vault Warden is so secure that it wouldn't let me connect to it unless I set it up properly. Every time I thought I did it, I kept seeing the spinny circle, and I saw that circle for 2 goddamn days. But once it finally worked, magic. I have done it. I had saved myself 67 pounds.
All of this cope. I like how he is one of the richest YouTubers, and the cope to save 67 a year. I really respect it.
Tears running down my eyes. It was beautiful. My first...
Saying goodbye to your boyfriend? No, I was saying goodnight to my dad, because he's very tired and he's going to bed.
Successful self-host. My God. No more subscriptions. No more sinking drama. Just my own secure vault. It felt like I was finally breaking out of the matrix for real. And the thing is, once you start understanding how this works, it's really not that bad. If anything, it became super fun because with compatibility layers like Docker, you can so easily just pick and choose what open source software you want to download, keep trying out different ones. The world is your oyster. Just pluck them from the trees and everything just works. So I needed a note-taking app. I found one called Yoplin. That's how you say that, Yoplin. It had a desktop app and a phone app, which is exactly what I wanted. But when I installed Yoplin...
All this just to avoid the text document on his computer.
This is where things got weird. Do not judge me here, okay? This is... You can probably relate to this, actually.
I have not related to anything you've said in this video at all, but please continue.
Have you ever been so lazy that you try and find another alternative, but then that leads you on a road that was 10 times more complicated than just not being lazy? The image that I was trying to install on my Pi was not compatible. It was 86 by 64. This is ARM-based structure. It doesn't matter. Not compatible. I can just find another one. But I thought, hey, why don't I just quickly install this on something that does run 86 by...
Humongous. More like Pyro fucko ya pet scope 2 Pyro. I am completely normal and can be trusted with your credit card.
Thank you, Pyro's fattest boy, for the 10. Appreciate it.
Hey Pyro, finally catching a stream. Me and my partner watch you together literally every day. Of course we are both gay furry trash. Lamau discovered you back in the MLG days. Glad you're still around, my guy. Have a good one. I'm about to clock out.
Thank you, Seton, for the 10. Hopefully, you and your gay furry trash partner are doing well. Appreciate it. Why do furries watch me, man? Like, I've never gave off that vibe at all.
64. And I look around and I'm like, oh. Well. My Steam Deck.
You are the one. Bro, I have a Steam Deck. It doesn't even turn on anymore. Gabe Newell scammed me. I think I didn't turn it on for like a year, so the lithium battery just died, and it won't charge now.
Runs 86 by 64. So you may be asking...
What do you mean lies for no reason? What does that mean?
Felix, did you use your portable handheld gaming console to host your note-taking app? Yes, but it gets worse.
Replace it. Just buy another one? No.
Actually, Steam runs Linux. Beautiful. It actually runs Arch, which is the distro I use on my desktop. Match made in heaven. But I thought to myself, well, it's filled...
Blaming Gabe for your own fuck up. Oh, sorry, I didn't boot up my Steam Deck to play Deltarune every morning to keep it alive. My bad.
With all this, like, Steam...
So I forgot about it. I wanted to use it again. It's dead. It's not my fault.
I should probably uninstall Arch so I can then install Arch. I don't know what's wrong with me. Don't ask. And I did this, of course, just so I wouldn't have to find another image of my note-taking app. But anyway, it works. At the end of the day, that's all that matters. Now, I got my notes app running beautifully. Number 7 or...
You should retitle the video to Millionaire Procrastination. Because he's just doing anything in his power to not give people with more money than him money.
8. It was time to say goodbye.
It's so much effort for no reason. It's security, but also, I guess with him, it's kind of like principle. Because to be fair, imagine like how many of you right now, you're probably subscribed to some kind of service or some streaming platform, for example, that you just don't really use that much. And I've noticed this with a lot of like pay per month services. They kind of want you to forget that you're using them. Just so they're kind of leeching money out of you every month.
Google Drive. Goodbye, Jotaro. $20 for 100 gig? I don't think so. I'm not gonna pay you to hold.
The only thing I sub to is Spotify. Yeah, it's again, there's just not really an alternative, is there?
My data hostage forever. Not happening. What if I live for another 600 years? Think about how much money that's gonna be to Google. No more subscriptions.
Hello, I am Pyro Cynical Dad. Didn't want to
No, you're
interrupt
not.
your stream, but I wanted to say you should play Five Nights at Freddy's 1. You wouldn't disappoint me, your own father, now would you? The fans want this. Love, Dad.
Thank you, Dad, for the 10. Dude, I get the enthusiasm. The reason why I said FNAF for 10k is because I know no one's going to give it, because I cannot stream it, dude. I'm tired. I've been streaming for 4 hours straight. I do not have that stream stamina. Maybe tomorrow or something, though, I could stream it. Maybe before I leave the UK.
Redundant subscriptions.
Bro, don't guilt trip me about my dad.
Instead of Google Drive, I set up File Browser. The thing that bothers me about all these free online storages that gives you a certain amount at least is that, first of all,
what do you mean streamers when they have to stream? And you got a fucking Cruelty Squad profile, Psycho Patrol R profile picture. Mods, timeout Fug Nug for 5 minutes for that comment. For that comment. That one was too snide.
it's not safe. Second of all, I don't know what they're doing with that.
What do you mean, GG? He says GG when he gets banned.
Thirdly, I hate how it's used. I don't know if you can relate to this. Maybe it's just like a me problem, but let's say I've gone outside.
About this video is after you think for just 10 seconds, you'll realize that your internet service provider stores your data. What's next? Build your own worldwide network? Build your own bank? Might as well game end yourself.
Dude, I got Felix on Instagram. Should I just DM him that? It's like, by the way, they can still see your data. He just kills himself. He's like, okay, no, I tried.
I've touched grass. I've taken all these photos and videos. And then I sit down in front of my computer.
I mean, I thought like when you use a VPN, it protects from that. I mean, it probably doesn't, does it? Let's be real.
And then all of a sudden, internet goes down. And I'm like, what happened? And then it's like, oh, yeah, my Google Drive decided to back up every single photo and video I've ever taken. And it's like, I don't want that. I want certain images. Let me pick those first. And I don't want you to suck up my entire bandwidth. With File Browser, I can throttle the speed and I can do it when I want to, which files I want to. I went a little nerdy and overboard, a surprise. And I wrote a bunch of aliases and shell functions so that I can define push or pull to download or upload, which device, my phone, laptop, desktop, deck, and which subfolder. And I do all this.
Work at your... oh, this is a clever one. Work at your ISP and delete your own data. Life hack. Okay, so I'll just get a job for like Virgin or like BT. Great job. Okay, that's a good idea. I'm going to quit YouTube tomorrow.
With glorious SSH.
Define brother. Okay, there's this guy in chat called Alex Melendez, and he's like, I'm not sure if he's in a coma or something, or he's got like a bot ran for him, but he's just been saying sentence fragments like the past 4 hours straight. He just kept saying Reddit over and over, and now he's saying define brother. Define who? Define brother.
It actually solved
That was like actually the funniest iDubbbz joke ever. Genuinely, define brother.
another problem for me, which is always sharing files between my phone and my desktop. I never know how to do it. Apparently, I didn't know this. I feel like everyone is tuning out because I'm talking about SSH again. But you can run it on your phone. Look, I'm connected. And then I thought, fuck, and now I gotta do an
It's like the one autistic friend with his hyperfixation. He just keeps showing everyone.
opposite script on my phone. But then I realized I can just connect to my desktop to run the script. It doesn't matter, okay? It's cool. Just trust me, it's cool. Number 9. AI.
Ah. That nostalgic little noise. Bring it back. You guys should listen to Nero's Day at Disneyland. That song is actually a bit of a banger, sadly. Blade would definitely steal some of that.
Hey, we have to talk about AI. I don't know about you, but I don't like using AI. It feels like I'm kneeling directly to the tech overlords. And not to mention the goddamn subscription.
Oh, soul. We don't know how good we had it until it was gone.
Fees. I feel like I'm spoon feeding the machine that has stolen all my data, more of my data. Here you go. Nice and fat. Here you go. Not happening. But I got curious and, you know...
Wait, you said fat. Hang on.
I built my own computer not long ago and I spent a lot of money on it. Why don't I just see if I can run it myself? It's a beast. So I set up a local language model called Mixtral. Emphasis on local, which means it runs on my computer completely offline. It's beautiful. Now I can search whatever I want. And I can ask it dumb questions like, why is my left toe bigger than my right toe? And no one knows about it. Not Google, not AI overlords, not even you. Step 10. How many steps are there?
He set all that up like a private AI just to ask it about anime. That's crazy.
And we have so much left. PDFs, Google Docs, calendar, contacts. I was honestly getting a little tired at this point to try and find an alternative to all of these, but that's when I discovered Nextcloud. It's an open source self-host beast, and it does all of this for you. Maybe there are better singular alternatives, but the fact that I can get all of this baked in one was exactly what I needed. And just one quick install and it was done. I was completely out of Google and it felt amazing. Finally, I'm free. From here on is when I needed to tighten things up a little bit. I actually bought a domain. I know, I paid a subscription.
Oh, fuck Knuckers back. Great.
Fee. But it's worth it. If you're self-hosting, it's actually worth it because you can get a domain for $5 a year. It means I can get better security features.
Notice how you zoned out throughout the whole video, then jumped when you heard the word fat. Just sad, man. Yeah, mods, timeout Daya Real for 10 minutes. I'm gonna single out one of you. I'm gonna double the time. I've had enough of this. I've had enough of this harassment, this abuse.
And I can put all these services in subdomains, so like docs.mysubdomain.com and password.mysubdomain.com, like all these different things I made, I can access easily.
The next video, he's actually gonna say he started his own bank.
I don't have to type my IP address for each one. And I started to tighten down the security as well, especially because I was looking online. I'm like, I'm getting a lot of bots that are pinging me. I don't like this. Everything is locked in with the password already, but I added another layer of zero trust, so you can't access anything unless you have another login. I locked in my IP address with Tailscale. Beautiful Tailscale. I could make a whole video.
You can tell, I love this, man. You can tell that this is just his hobby he's picked up. He is fully fixated. It's great.
I had a fail to ban. It was definitely worth spending some time locking things down. And I think I found a good balance of it being secure, but also not like a huge hassle every time you want to access either. Now, swapping out all these Google services, there's one that I just can't escape. And I don't mean YouTube. There's one that sucked the most to get rid of, and that was actually Google Maps. Because Google tracks you so well, it is so good at predicting traffic. And since I drive a lot in Tokyo, I really rely on that to get to places on time. You can't be late in Japan. It's like
I could so imagine he'd just end up like being petty and using like the Uber map or something.
a death sentence.
He just signed himself up as a driver.
The first time I used my open source alternative, I ended up 30 minutes late. And that's when I realized, hey, maybe Big Brother tracking everything isn't so bad. Maybe surveillance hasn't perked.
He bought his own satellites.
But I stuck to my de-googling, and the best alternative I found was just using my car's GPS. It's
just the cope.
It has all this Japanese services built in anyway.
Oh, so I need a Japanese car. Okay, thanks, Felix. Appreciate it.
I ended up using my Pi to replace my Google TV, and I'm running Kodi on that. I haven't really fully set it up yet, so not much to say.
It's really funny because he was successful and famous because of YouTube, and now he's doing everything in his power to not give them money.
About it. And you may remember I'm doing all of this on my Steam Deck. I added
Just play 5 Nights at Freddy's 1, bruh. It's only midnight and 4 hours straight is nothing. Boo-hoo. Time to man up, my friend.
I will play it soon. I will play it soon, I promise. Thank you for the 10 play FNAF 1.
Extension so I can plug it into Ethernet. That way it runs on less power. It runs completely headless, and I can monitor all of it on my safe network system that I have. But then I thought it'd be kind of cool to use the display so I can use that for monitoring. I ran Tmux and BTOP on it, and it looks so cool. You know, this all started because I wanted to
Bro, it looks like the Cyberpunk menu. Oh my soy.
Google and try
oh my science.
What that was like. And by the end of it, my Steam Deck looks like it's a detonator for a bomb or something like that. And before you ask, yes, I can still game on it, all right?
What games do you have? Split Fiction, fair enough. Cyberpunk based. Doom Eternal based. Dark Ages, kind of mid, unfortunately.
Hey,
2% of my CPU.
offense,
It's like
but
this
could you
weird
not
home
react
lab
to the
abomination
videos
at this
like
point.
the one before this? Some of the stream reactions showed why it's not a good idea to make a show out of someone's clearly severe mental problems. Especially if you're so superficial ABT them.
Thank you, bitching, for the 10. I could talk to the team if we put it in a video or not. Because that was meant to be something funny, but obviously I don't watch videos beforehand to kind of, so the reaction is genuine. But yeah, that was really all over the place.
But I love it. I love looking at it. I got it sitting next on my desk. It's just a vibe, man. Every time I see it, I'm happy. Another fact that I like using my Steam Deck is the fact that I can just use whatever I have around me. People have these like super sick home lab setups, which are awesome. I get it, but my point with this is that if you wanted to de-Google, you can use whatever you have at your disposal. It shouldn't cost you any extra money. Like, I'm not gonna pretend that Steam Deck is the ultimate
college professor Steam Deck
self-host device. You're probably better off using a Pi, but maybe you have some device laying around at home that you can run Linux on. Bring it back to life, you know, instead of throwing it away. And I hate to be.
Can I run Linux off this? Chat, can I run Linux off this? Does anyone know? Please someone get back to me if I can run Linux off that. Cheers.
Be that guy, but it's better for the environment. Yes, it's a lot of tinkering, but you learn a lot. And by the end of it, it's done. Like, I don't have to touch it.
Can I run Linux off the cabbage with the Roblox face? Can I do that?
Google's mantra is don't be evil, but I still think they have a lot to do to qualify for that title. I feel like on your phone you have all these settings with privacy and give permissions and all these things that they ask you. But it kind of feels like one of those toys that Björn has that it's just like a bunch of buttons that doesn't actually do anything. Unless you go all the way with privacy, it doesn't mean anything. Don't call it privacy. And for me, it's not even necessarily about Google. I think it's more about big tech in general. I hate where software is going. Unnecessary subscriptions, ads, locking, updates changing the entire UI because you're more prone somehow.
Do you have autism or ADHD? What do you think? It should be pretty obvious.
How to get more locked in. With YouTube, you know, it's been constantly changing for years and years and years just because they figured...
You had to put in the video of Ray William Johnson throwing the black baby. That is like an infamous clip. Someone put that in on purpose. Someone definitely put that in on purpose.
They figured this is the best way to suck you in. If I host my own apps, there's none of that. So now I got my own home lab abomination and I love it. I'm finally free from the tech overlords. It was 100%.
He says as he uploads the video onto YouTube.
100% worth it. And look, bro, I made you one too. You've earned it. Here you go, bro.
Thank
so
you.
You can run Linux on Cabby but cannot run Five Nights at Freddy's 1. No excuse.
I will play FNAF. I will play it. I can't do it today though, bro. Like, I'm tired. It's midnight. I'm an old man.
This video is
I need to take my joint meds.
Sponsored by Sailor.
Not watching that. Thank you for the update, Felix. Not watching another ad read. Already sat through the G Fuel one. All right, fellas. I think I'm done. Because I could probably stay up later, but then it's just going to eat into tomorrow. And also I got to look at like packing and stuff like that as well for my move to fucking Australia. So everyone have a good evening. Thank you all for joining. Thank you for all the subs, especially the donations, members, everything. Mods, killed it as always. Appreciate that. And yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Bye-bye.